from the council website from the link which was sent out to members. Get feedback on that. When I invite somebody to speak, could you clearly state who you are for the benefit of anybody who's listening and to the meeting, so that so that they can identify who is speaking, and ensure that you use microphones if you are in the room. I think we may have only one working camera, in which case if speakers would like to come to the desk at the front, that would be more useful. I'm talking about external speakers, not councillors. Will be picked up. Again, I also welcome the members of the public and the media who are joining us today, and this meeting is being recorded by the council. Finally, as agendas are now viewed electronically, could I kindly request that members and officers refer to page numbers from the published agenda pack to assist all present in finding the appropriate information. Just in respect of housekeeping, there is no expected fire alarm, but should this happen, please follow the Democratic Service colleagues and they will lead the way out to the car park at the rear of the building. Okay, I'll make an opening statement before we carry on, and then we'll receive apologies and move on. The opening statement, this meeting is to provide a little context for these presentations, and a better understanding of the research that is currently underway to understand nutrient pollution sources on the Somerset levels and moors, and to outline the actions key organisations are taking to reduce nutrient pollution. It should be noted that Somerset Council does not have a statutory responsibility for water quality, and whilst we are actively engaged with partners to support improvements in water quality, we are limited in our powers. And I should say this is a scrutiny meeting. We are not a policy-making board, but we report back to the council and we report back to the executive on discussions that take place in this room. Okay, so could I hand over to Jamie, please, for apologies to absence.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, committee. Just a quick note for the committee. Councillor Orgler has replaced Councillor Ashton on the committee from this moment forward. However, Councillor Orgler is unable to attend today, so has sent her apologies. We also have apologies from Councillor Boyden, who is substituted by Councillor Rigby. Apologies from Councillor Hobbs, who is substituted by Councillor Murphy. We've also received apologies from Professor Paul Withers from Lancaster University and Professor Penny Johns from the University of Bristol. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I also say thanks on behalf of the committee? I've already written to Steve Ashton, who's in the room today, who's been a member of this committee and a very constructive and knowledgeable member of this panel. And I'd like to thank you for the work that he's done over the past year or so, and what he's brought to this meeting. Thanks, Steve. Okay, we haven't got a vice chairman in the room, so we are asking if we wish to elect a vice chair from the floor, please. Yeah, Harry.
Thank you, Chair. Can I nominate Henry Hophouse?
You may. Seconded? Yes, seconded by Councillor Rigby. Thank you. Any others? Henry, would you care to join me? Thank you very much. Declarations of interest. Do we have any councillors in the room who have any particular interest to declare? No, thank you very much. Right, I'll wait for Henry to arrive. Right, we have public questions. I'd like to ask David Orr to present his statement, please. You've got 3 minutes, has he? 3 minutes, please, David. Thank you.
We are meeting today to discuss water quality in Somerset, but this council does not have a formal policy for it. A senior planner advised me that I had made the common mistake of thinking that nutrient neutrality was about getting the Somerset moors and levels into a good condition. She stated that, technically, nutrient neutrality is a national approach to provide a solution to a legal requirement. Cornwall Council recognised that the competent authority planning role in nutrient neutrality was a community leadership role. Cornwall decided to make clean rivers and building social and affordable housing their top priorities. There have been no negative outcomes or legal threats from their 2023 decision in Bodmin to count sewage treatment works upgrades. In Somerset, we're using the natural and nutrient neutrality guidance as rules for the following of, rather than following Cornwall's pragmatic approach. Somerset has 18,000 held-up homes with insufficient numbers of social and affordable homes being built, with negative impacts on the 5-year land supply, which invalidates local development plans, leading to speculative planning applications. If nutrient neutrality is only actioned via the planning system, then the burden narrowly falls on new homes, while existing homes, agricultural practice and climate change impacts are ignored. Worse still, in my view, this outdated and unevidenced policy will not get our precious levels of malt back into a favourable condition by 2030. The Somerset phosphate calculator assumes that 100% of wastewater in the new home finds its way, even after modern wastewater treatment, onto the moors and levels, when scientific research shows it doesn't. The calculator then adds another 20% to that 100%. Why can't that 20% super precautionary buffer be removed from the calculator to lower phosphate credit costs? I am also sceptical that the claims for batch reverse osmosis and the grant funding will remove the 18,000 held up homes backlog by 2030, as there is no financial case to demonstrate viability. I went to a strategic planning meeting in March and requested relevant information on the legal position and the impact on the 5-year housing supply if held up homes were released. I received partial information, so I followed up. Councillor Rigby has now obtained the withheld information, but too late for my use here today, sadly. Somerset needs a nutrient neutrality policy that is evidence-led, targeted at improving the condition of the moors and levels, and supports the economic and social well-being of Somerset. I hope that this scrutiny committee will recommend that the council conducts an urgent and independent review of the current nutrient neutrality policy and also develops a policy for water quality in Somerset. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orr. Well, I think the issues that you've raised there will come up again in debate, but in the meantime, I'm going to ask Kate Murdoch, who's the Service Manager for Planning Policy and Implementation, to give a response, and you will receive a full written response within 5 days of the meeting. Kate.
Thank you, Chair. Are you happy for me to respond here, or I can move up to the front desk if you'd prefer?
I think you'll be fine there.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Orr. I would just like to address some of the specific questions, but also correct a number of inaccuracies within Mr. Orr's statement. Many of these inaccuracies, just so that members are aware, have been addressed in the member briefing note that was circulated to all members on the 7th of March. This briefing note also included the LGA legal advice on nutrient neutrality that I understand Councillor Hobhouse has requested be recirculated to the committee. To address some of the points in terms of Cornwall Council's position, again, I would just like to remind members that this is one planning application where Cornwall Council took this approach. It was one application for 170 dwellings, and they are not applying this advice at the current time to any of the other sites caught in the River Camel. They have also been awarded funding, and they are moving forward their own P credit schemes. So just to remind members, so that the sites within Cornwall still need to deliver phosphate mitigation to demonstrate nutrient neutrality. Members have received a briefing note on this specific matter, which is the one we circulated on the 7th of March, and both legal advice on this matter relating to Cornwall. And I think it's also important to emphasise that of the 74 local planning authorities caught by nutrient neutrality, this is just one case of one planning application in Cornwall. Every other local authority is following the same legal advice that we are here in Somerset. So just to address the point around Natural England's nutrient neutrality guidance, Natural England is the responsible body for enforcing law that protects both the special protection areas and the special areas of conservation, which is where we're caught with nutrient neutrality. And again, we are following the advice, and so are Cornwall. And again, I would like to draw members' attention to the LGA legal advice that we've already submitted and both Somerset Council's own legal advice on these matters. In terms of nutrient neutrality advice, it is supported by case law. The council's role as the statutory planning authority is why nutrient neutrality is an issue. The other areas impacting on water quality, such as existing dwellings via wastewater treatment works and agricultural practices, are regulated by the Environment Agency and not by the council. In terms of the precautionary buffer that's built into the Somerset phosphate calculator, again, this is based on advice from Natural England as the statutory body responsible for enforcing laws for the special protection area. If Natural England advises that we can remove the 20% precautionary buffer, we will do so. But like I say, we have to follow the advice of Natural England. And we have to remember that the habitat regulations requires a high bar of beyond reasonable scientific doubt. And this again is explained in the legal advice that's been circulated and the case law which backs up that legal advice. I would also like to highlight that the Rivers Trust have recently published their State of Our Rivers report in 2024, and their own scientific research has highlighted that evidence from published studies have shown that spot sampling can underestimate phosphorus pollution loads by 60%, and that up to 80% of the phosphorus pollution entering our rivers can happen in just 2 or 3 rainfall runoff events, which is why sometimes spot sampling is not something that can be relied upon, as I understand it from the Rivers Trust report. In terms of the claims around concerns concerning the batch reverse osmosis and whether or not this will unlock the 18,000 homes, the Salinity Solutions trial and rollout is not intended to unlock the 18,000 homes. It is part of a package of measures to deliver phosphate mitigation, both temporary and permanent measures. The 9.6 million funding is intended to deliver a range of measures that in combination aim to unlock the 18,000 dwellings impacted by nutrient neutrality. And I would also just to emphasise that it's not 2030 that we're working to, that 18,000 houses is to 2032. In terms of the comments about evidence-led nutrient neutrality again is national advice from Natural England as the statutory body for the responsibility of the special protection areas. Nutrient neutrality is, as it says in the term, is not about improving the condition of the Somerset Levels and Moors Ramsar site. It's about ensuring that new affected development has a neutral impact on current nutrient levels entering the Ramsar sites. If we were looking to deliver anything over and above that, it would be an even bigger challenge to unlock the housing that's impacted. And in terms of developing a formal policy, just like to remind members that the council has a range of environmental protection policies already within our local plans that cover the Somerset area. And these inform and support the future sustainable development of Somerset. However, the council does not have a statutory responsibility for water quality or for the status of the special protection areas and special areas of conservation. The Environment Agency is the main body responsible for regulating water quality and ecological protection, and Natural England is responsible for enforcing laws that protect the SPAs and SACs. And then, of course, Ofwat is the economic regulator for the water sector. The council's been awarded 9.6 million funding to deliver nutrient mitigation, and this is a unique opportunity for the council to deliver for Somerset residents on its climate and nature recovery commitments. This funding will not only unlock housing by delivering phosphate mitigation projects, but it has a huge opportunity to deliver nature recovery, water quality improvements, natural flood management, and potential public access. And that's all I'd like to say at this stage. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. You will be able to provide that as the tenor of that as a response to Mr. Orr, and obviously this this issue will come up again in this discussion. Thank you very much. And appropriately now, we can move on to agenda item 4, which is to invite Mark Taylor from Natural England, who is online to present to the committee. Are you there, Mark?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now?
I can, thank you.
Okay. I shall now attempt to share my slides. Shall I just proceed now?
Yes, please. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question before I begin. I was thinking of pausing of taking questions at the end, but then I thought perhaps it might be good to pause during the presentation after the evidence before we move on to the strategy that I'm proposing to restore the Somerset levels. Would you like to do it like that, or would you prefer to keep questions until the end?
I'm not sure. I think probably we'll stick with questions towards the end, if that's all right, Mark.
That's fine
Yeah.
with me. Yeah.
I think they'll make notes.
Yeah, I'll kick off now. Thank you.
Mark, I don't know if you're trying to talk over that, but
I'm not. No, I'm now
okay.
trying to. Right. So can you see the first slide now?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Okay, thanks very much. I think we're working now then. Okay, so just a quick introduction. So my name's Mark Taylor. I'm the Senior Water Advisor for Natural England, covering the Wessex area. So I deal with water-related issues for a large part of that patch, all sorts of things. But I have had a particular interest in the Somerset levels and moors for many years and the water quality issues. And in 2021, we changed the condition of these Somerset levels and moors to unfavourable declining because of high levels of nutrients, particularly phosphorus, and the effects of hyper-eutrophication. The evidence that was used to support that decision, I guess I drove the collection of that in a very successful collaboration with the University of Plymouth. I think we have some representatives from the team with us today. I think Paul Lunt and Rob Schindler, and particularly Professor Sean Comber, who led a lot of the work, and a number of research students. So today I'm pulling on some of that work that came from that collaboration. So in terms of the presentation, I'd like to first of all just give an overview of the ecological problem we're so concerned about, then move on to provide a bit of evidence on the phosphorus concentrations. What do we know about phosphorus concentrations in the rivers and also within the SSIs? Climate change has also got a key role to play here, which I'll come on to. And then lastly, I'd just like to flesh out a framework that, in my mind, for how we can best restore the ecology of the Somerset levels. So I think many of you will already be aware that Somerset levels and moors is one of our most important inland wetlands, about 70,000 hectares. And 10% of that is designated as Ramsar, SSI and SBA. And we have a number of key interest features. There's a long list, but they're broadly grouped into breeding birds, particularly waders, wintering birds, particularly waterfowl, wet grasslands, floodplain grasslands, and also the invertebrates and plant communities that you find in the ditch system, in the open water habitats. And all of these could be affected by nutrient enrichment in time, but I think it's the wetland plants and invertebrates that we are most concerned about, and that's driving our decision, or that has driven our decision to change the site to unfavourable declining in 21. So many of you will probably already be aware that nutrient enrichment causes the overgrowth of certain undesirable plant species. So in these photos here, top left, filamentous algae that can grow in thick mats on the surface of open water. Bottom left, the algae can also grow on the bed of the ditch or of any watercourse, and also on submerged plants, and it choking the growth of those submerged plants once they get covered in algae. Top right there, you've got an overgrowth of duckweed, and bottom right, overgrowth of the non-native plant, the fern azolla, which which also occurs on the Somerset levels and moors. So all of these photos were taken on triple SIs in the Somerset levels and moors in recent years. So this diagram seeks to explain how the adverse effect occurs as you get that overgrowth that I've just mentioned. So on the left there, you've got a ditch without that covering of algae or duckweed, and light is penetrating the water column. The plants rooted in the bottom of the ditch can grow healthily. They're not covered in algae. But with nutrient enrichment and sunlight, and also I think with climate change, things change. That leads to increase in duckweed productivity, increase in filamentous algae. The top of the ditch can become covered in these plants. Light then doesn't penetrate the ditch, and you get basically a dark water column. The plants can't photosynthesize. There's less oxygen. The duckweed over proliferates, and when it dies, it sediments out and falls to the bottom of the ditch. So you get this cycle basically of deoxygenation. So we're losing plant species, but on top of that, the chemical environment of the ditch is changing, and we're getting low oxygen concentration. So this has major impact on the ecology of the ditch system. So I've already mentioned that the biggest concern at the moment is the aquatic interests, the invertebrates and the plants that occur in the ditches. And we've already got evidence on triple SIs that we are losing plant species, or they're becoming more hard to find. So some are probably on the way to local extinction. But the ecological problem could well get worse in the face of climate change. So as you get less oxygen in the ditch, obviously that becomes a risk for fish, and we're getting increasing levels of fish kills, I think, on the Somerset levels and moors, certainly in drought years. That could also lead to impacts on fish-eating birds, and obviously we've got a number of fish-eating birds on the levels that are really, really important, that we all love. And I think there's sort of a double whammy really in terms of effects on them. There's the problem of potentially less food, but also it can become more difficult to hunt for that food because they just can't see into the water column. Bottom left, there's also evidence now, I think, to show that, or to suggest that vigorous plants that grow on the margins of the ditches are growing even faster, and they're infilling. So the IDB, I think, has probably got a tougher job actually trying to keep watercourses clear, because the rate of growth is increasing, which means more maintenance. And if the ditches aren't managed appropriately, then obviously that does cause issues in terms of water movement in and out, and it affects not just nature, but also farming. And then bottom right, there's some interesting research that's come from Holland recently, from the polders, which suggests that when you have a ditch that's covered in lemna, it's not only the biodiversity that's been affected, but you're also producing methane, because that ditch is deoxygenated. So that methane obviously is greenhouse gas. So that's the ecological concerns. What I'm going to move on to talk about now is the evidence we have around phosphorus concentrations. So this is analysis that we've done in Natural England. We've taken data from the Environment Agency's WIMS database. We've chosen the three key rivers there on the Somerset levels and moors, the Tone, the Brew and the Parrot. We've selected monitoring stations where we have a long run of data for each, and we've plotted the total phosphorus and the mean total phosphorus from the last 20 years. And you see a substantial decline, which we're not surprised about. And I think I should say that this decline is probably reflects work by Wessex Water over successive AMP rounds, reducing phosphorus in their discharges. But the important thing to note, apart from the downward trend, is that the concentrations at the beginning of the period there in 2000, they're incredibly high, 0.7 milligrams per litre. That's worse than a good performing sewage treatment works these days. So the river back then was, in terms of phosphorus concentrations, was almost running like a sewage treatment works, as an effluent. And whilst it's come down there to 0.2, 0.3 as an annual average in 2021, that's still a really high concentration in terms of preventing ecological harm. It's nothing like low enough. So that the target we're aiming for is in that red band. And I think we need to be, given that we've already got a huge problem and we've got climate change, we probably need to be at the bottom of that red band to stop ecological decline. So what I just showed you there were annual mean concentrations. If you start digging into what happens within a year, and we've done that here for the same locations from 2014 to 2019, you see an even worse situation in that you're getting peaks of phosphorus concentrations in the summer months. And that's not surprising because you've obviously got less dilution in the summer months. Now, this is probably to a large extent due to sewage treatment works, although we could do with some more research to check that out. This is a particular concern because this is when you have drought conditions. This is when there is the most growing potential, in terms of algae, duckweed. That's when they grow at their fastest in summer. And if you have very high concentrations in summer, that's just fueling this unlimited growth. Now, there is a downward trend here. It would be good to continue this graph on. 2019 is looking a lot better than previously, but still we are at concentrations of 0.4, 0.6 milligrams per litre when we need to be 0.05. So I was just talking there about the concentrations in the rivers that are feeding the Somerset levels and moors. Great expense and actually quite a lot of time working in collaboration with the University of Plymouth. We looked at the internal situation. We chose West Sedgemoor as a sort of detailed study site. And we see again high concentrations of phosphorus. So we've got 27 sampling locations there across a year within West Sedgemoor, and the black line is the upper limit of our target. I think it should be a little bit lower than that, but you can see that you've got mean values there, particularly for summer, way above that. So this work, which was conducted by Ry Crocker, a PhD student, he's now completed that from the University of Plymouth, really confirms that it's not just a problem in the rivers feeding the levels, it's actually throughout the levels themselves. So certainly on this site, and we've got other data from other SSIs, which effectively says the same thing. This diagram looks slightly complicated, but it's not as bad as it looks. I'll try and talk you through the key elements. This was produced by Professor Sean Comber as part of a paper that I produced with University of Plymouth, with Sean and with Paula, Rob Schindler, and the PhD students. And basically, we're trying to understand here how big the different pools of phosphorus are in different environmental compartments within West Sedgemoor. So on the right-hand side of the diagram, you've basically got the peat, and on top of the peat, you've got the grass and the cows. The left-hand side, you've got the ditch system. So in the ditch system, the blue bit is the water column, the top bit, floating weeds like duckweed, the green column, emergent plants at the edge of the ditch, and the brown bit at the bottom is the sediment. And whilst I've just said that concentrations in the water column in the ditches are very high, which they are, this work, which is based on sampling and also literature review over a year, suggests that the water column concentration only accounts for about 0.28 tonnes of the total amount of phosphorus that's within West Sedgemoor. So if you look at the sediment there in the black box, 140 tonnes there, 60 tonnes in the emergent weed, and 41,000 tonnes in the peat. Now, not all of that phosphorus in the peat is going to get into the water column, but this does indicate that we have a huge reservoir of phosphorus within the SSI system. And in this case, it's West Sedgemoor. I suspect that if we repeated it elsewhere, we'd get similar results. Now, the red arrows are showing exchange between those environmental compartments. So phosphorus is moving in West Sedgemoor between these different compartments, but in many cases we haven't quantified We need further work to do that. We haven't quantified that movement. And one of them, I think many of your members will be interested in, is on the left-hand side there. You see you've got water level control. That's the relationship between the ditch and the feeder rivers. And you've got those red lines there that link to hydrological level control. And this is a definite gap in our knowledge. We don't know what the loads are coming in and the loads that are going out of the site. We don't know what the sort of mass balance is. And we do need to understand that, because we need that mass balance to be going negative. We need to be losing nutrients from the site. And that definitely is an area for further research. In terms of climate change, I think this is a massive issue that probably helps to explain why, even though nutrients in the rivers are coming down, the growth of duckweed seems to be becoming more prevalent. It's in recent years, I think, where everybody will agree that we've got a lot more algae, a lot more duckweed. So this graph comes out of a paper that was published again with colleagues, collaborators from the University of Plymouth. We took a model from Holland that was used in the polders, which looked at the relationship between nutrient concentration and climate change data, and predicted duckweed growth. And as you can see from this graph, the predictions are pretty alarming. So if you think that 2020 is the current baseline, so that picture in the bottom right, current baseline, by 2080, the biomass of duckweed is increased by 83% if we don't change nutrients. And even if we manage to reduce nutrients, it has to be very substantial in order to hold the line. So it is an incredibly challenging problem trying to protect the aquatic ecology of the Somerset levels and moors, given how much nutrient is there and the effects of climate change. But this doesn't mean that we don't need to deal with nutrients. That is the only long-term solution to the problem. But it probably does mean that we need to use other interventions to try and help safeguard against the worst of the damage in that period between now and getting the levels down to acceptable levels for the integrity of the designations. So this diagram just tries to really sort of like put that together simply. So we've got high levels of nutrients, incredibly challenging to get them down to levels that limit adverse growth of algae and duckweed, but we need to keep trying. That's hugely important. Climate change there's a certain amount of climate change that's already locked in, so to some extent we are stuck with that. But what we can do in addition is to look at how we manage the Somerset levels and moors in terms of ditch management, water level management. And there certainly is uncertainty around what exactly we need to do, and we need to trial approaches. But I think if all we do is focus on nutrient reduction, the likelihood is it will be very difficult to protect the ecology of the open water habitats of the levels. So we have, in Natural England, we have produced a framework to go forward in terms of restoring the Somerset levels and moors in relation to nutrient enrichment. These are the headlines. It's fairly obvious. Most people, I think, will agree with this. We need to reduce what's going in at source. You'll hear obviously a lot of that is going on already by Wessex Water. It's been happening for some time, and in PR24 we'll probably see the biggest ever reduction in nutrients ever in any AMP round. So some significant reductions going on there. I anticipate that you'll hear later on from the University of Lancaster that we also need similar reductions from agriculture. So reduce the inputs quite dramatically, try and break the pathway or slow the pathway from the nutrient we've already got in the system getting to the designated sites. And that aligns with things that we also really need to do for sustainable water management, sustainable flood risk management, like slowing the flow type activities. And then, as I said just a minute ago, also managing the floodplain in a way which makes it more resilient to ecological impact, and which also facilitates the export of nutrients. Because whilst we need to deal with what's coming in, we also need to try and get rid of what's already in there, because there's an awful lot. Some of these things we can do now because we've got the evidence. Other areas, ideas need testing through test and trial. So in some ways we can crack on with obvious things, obvious pollution sources from farming we need to address now, but also we need research alongside it. So I've been talking so far just about the nutrient problem, but a lot of the issues there that I've just mentioned in the approaches around sustainable flood risk management, sustainable water management, linked to the wider management of the Somerset levels and more sustainably into the future. So I think we all know about the importance of peat restoration to sequester carbon. We need farming that's resilient to climate change and increased risk of flooding. We need sustainable flood risk management. So I think the strategy for dealing with the nutrient problem really needs to sit within that holistic plan for the Somerset levels and moors. So in terms of the way forward, I've already mentioned that. This is just a little bit of colour on that. In terms of reducing the inputs, there are some very, very clear government objectives in the Environment Improvement Plan, which come from the Environment Act. I won't read those out, but they are extremely challenging, particularly for agriculture. So, you know, there's a lot of work is required there. I've no doubt. In working with the farming community, I think we clearly need to provide support, and there are many instances of the support that is there already, and it's growing. New agri-environment schemes, pilot agri-environment schemes on the Somerset levels and moors, CSF as well. So there is already quite a bit there to support farming, but it needs to be developed. I've mentioned their manure export schemes. Again, I anticipate that the University of Lancaster may say that we need to either bring less nutrient into the catchment for dairy or export more of the waste. So maybe we need a novel scheme in the Somerset levels and moors. Alongside taking action, we need to further develop our understanding of source apportionment and pathways in and out of the sites. There are trials already to look at polluticulture, and I think we need to test more methods to export nutrients, green harvesting, polluticulture, maybe TIFA from the levels. Drainage channel and water level management. There's a lot of evidence that suggests that whilst it's needed for a whole range of reasons, it can also be deleterious to the ecology of these systems, particularly we've got high nutrients. So I think we need to do some work there and trial what are the optimal levels for what the optimum situations for ditch desilting and vegetation management and water level management. So I think there's a definite need there, probably in the research side of things at the moment. And lastly, there is evidence that if you produce open water habitat that's outside of the ditch network, it could, for a variety of reasons, it could be more resilient. So we probably need to do that also. I've already mentioned there's a lot of work already going on. So in Somerset, we are blessed with a really strong research community. We've got University of Plymouth and Lancaster working on the levels, you know, both great universities with great experience in this area. We've got citizen scientists, you know, particularly obviously Andrew Clegg. PR24 I've already mentioned, huge amounts of investment going in by Wessex Water to reduce what's coming out of the sewage treatment works, and significant investment, I hope, in relation to investigations. There are new agri-environment scheme options coming along. We've got pilot projects, as I've already mentioned, around, say, polluticulture, which has been led by FWAG and RSPB. RSPB and Somerset Wildlife Trust have also secured two major landscape recovery projects, which hopefully will develop new incentives for adapted farming. And we have also produced a framework, which I'm really talking through now, really a framework for how to restore the Somerset levels and moors. And we want to share that with a technical advisory group that we and others are proposing to form. So lastly on that, it seems appropriate that we should bring together academic experts and technical experts in our partner organisation.
Ronnie, get in. Hey.
Sorry, I'll carry on.
Yeah, we've had interference, Mark, on the line there. If anybody's got their microphone open that's listening in on this, would you mind closing it, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, so we want to bring the academics, key academics in the local institutions and those that are already involved and have expertise in the area together with technical specialists in our partner organisations and citizen scientists to really bring together the evidence to discuss what it means and the best way forward to coordinate the investigations and research that's already going on, and also to identify new requirements. So we've got in principle support from Somerset Catchment Partnership for this group to be a subgroup of the SCP. Quite naturally, they are going to need some financial support to take forward the secretariat services needed for that group, but we're working on that with both Wessex Water and ourselves. I think lastly, yes, we'll be working on the terms of reference for that group and inviting people along over coming weeks. So I think we see this as a core group in taking forward the restoration strategy for the Somerset Levels and Moors. But I think that's all I've got to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mark, thank you very much. That was really very informative. I know we've got a few questions for you, so if you could stay online, that would be great. Could I just ask people in the room with a name sign just to make sure it's angled towards me, because I don't know everybody in the room, and it would help when calling you in. Thank you very much. First of all, waiting to speak, I've got Councillor Henry Hobhouse.
Hi, Mark.
Hi there, Henry.
I want just to clear up some things that I'm not sure non-scientists will understand fully. The first is an internal thing. The LPA is the decision maker in these stuff, and you are the advisors of Natural England.
That the HABS regs, that is my understanding, that we are statutory advisors on nature conservation, but we're not the competent authority. Yes.
Thank you. The second is, could you explain to the committee the oxygen problem? Because I understand it, I have A-level chemistry. I don't know if everybody does.
Okay, yeah, so basically plants respire, they respire and they photosynthesize, but when they photosynthesize in sunlight, they produce oxygen. And aquatic plants produce an awful lot of oxygen, which becomes dissolved in the water column, which is really important for a healthy ecosystem. If they can't photosynthesize, then they're respiring, they're using oxygen. And similarly, if you've got lots of decay going on in a ditch system, like from duckweed on the bed, then that decomposition is respiring and takes up oxygen. So basically the plants are producing oxygen in a healthy aquatic system.
Right, can I just add the kettle analogy, if you wouldn't mind, Mark? As you boil your kettle, the oxygen all comes off, it's the bubbles. As you heat up the water, the less oxygen is held in that water. Does that make sense to everybody? So as the temperature goes up, there is less oxygen being held in climate change.
Yeah, I'd agree, Henry. That's an additional problem in summer, as you quite rightly say.
Thank you, Mark. Finally, can I take you to page 16? From my point of view, which is your diagram done by Plymouth University. The amount of manure, for a nicer word I can think of, that animals produce is that they put into the ground is going to be variable on whether they're eating the grass and recycling the nutrients, in which case you're not getting a gain in nutrients, or whether they're eating concentrates or imported silage, in which case you're getting an increase in the nutrients going on the levels. Could you confirm that's the case and this diagram needs altering?
Well, the diagram can't be altered because it's part of a publication, and actually if you look at the whole publication, it does discuss this, but I agree with what you're saying, that if you have cows that are only eating grass, then they are effectively recycling the nutrient. There is the issue that if you have lots of cows and they're defecating in the ditch, then there's a way of transferring nutrient, but you are quite correct that if nutrients are being imported to feed for additional feed, then yes, you're increasing the nutrient load coming in for cattle, if that is happening.
Thank you, Mark. You'll be pleased to know that I don't know if any of the other councillors on this panel have A-level chemistry. I certainly don't, so I won't be asking you any detailed questions. But I'm coming on now to Councillor Height. Did you have a question?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask, page number 17, Mr. Taylor, if unless there's something wrong with my hearing, you said you compared yourself with Holland. Now, why on earth Holland? It's flat as a pancake and most of its land has been taken from the sea. So why Holland?
Oh, because obviously in Holland, with the polders, they have very similar habitats, and the model that and because the Dutch have lots of ditches that are of conservation interest, they are concerned about the effects of high nutrients and climate change on duckweed growth. So the model that they developed was around that. So it's entirely appropriate to apply it here.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm taking questions from councillors on the committee first, then in the room, and then I'll go to those online. I'm aware that councillors are waiting online. So could I, Richard Wilkins, did you want to ask a question?
I'm not on the committee, but I'm happy to ask.
Oh, I'll take it anyway. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah.
I'd let other people on the committee speak first.
In which case, I've got Martin. Thank you.
That one? There we are. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mark. I apologise. I came in a few minutes late, so I may have missed this, but page 14, it shows this graph of trends of phosphorus in Somerset's rivers. Why is there such a discrepancy between the tone and the other two, even though they're all well above the baseline? Why is it that the tone is so dramatic?
I think we have to recognise that is based only on a single sampling location from the agency's data set. It would be useful to undertake the analysis across all data points. So I can't actually say why why there's that difference, but the purpose of the graph was to show that over the last 20 years there has been a big decline in concentrations. And that actually at the beginning of the period, it was very, very high. As I said, 1 milligram per litre nearly, that's like a sewage treatment works. That means the rivers are running like sewage treatment works. It's a lot better now, but it's still very high. So in terms of detailed trends across rivers, I think it's difficult to say without some more data analysis. The point I was trying to make is that there is a reduction. There has been a big reduction going on, but it's still not enough.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Dave Mansell, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to ask a question which may or may not be challenging. I'm just sort of wondering, I'm sort of feeling fairly impressed with the work you're doing and the framework that you've come up with. The thought that occurs is, do you feel that what you've been doing and what is emerging here is strongly enough linked to policy development and influencing funding? Do you think you will have enough influence on what actually happens?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, I think there are some really big research questions here, and I think it will take a lot of funding to deliver them. Now, to be fair to Wessex Water, the programme that they have in draft it depends on the Ofwat determination for PR24 is ambitious, and I think there will be some really valuable research funded through that route. But whether it will be enough or not, I'm not sure. And I think across Somerset as a whole, that partners need to pull together around the restoration of the Somerset levels and more to look at those research questions. And at the moment, I can't say how much revenue that will generate, but I think we need to be ambitious.
Okay, I've got Councillor Alan Bradford with a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I could keep up with Henry a little bit. I got A's in physics, biology, English, and arithmetic. So
I think there is absolutely no need to show off.
That'll do for starters, right? That'll do for starters.
Let's move on. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Oxygen levels on the moors. Well, to me, I used to farm on the edge of the moors and I farmed down it, so I know what I'm talking about. You know, I don't know anybody else, it's anything to do with farming regarding the moors here, but I've seen it change. I've seen it what you want to get it back to. It was like that. The oxygen levels on moors will always be high because everything's flat, everything's static, nothing's running. You get these flood situations when the water comes in and you've got the escape routes for various drainage areas, etc., etc. It's a very complex area, this is, and every set of moors would have a different solution, I think. I'm talking about Northmoor in particular. I can remember when I was a boy, you've heard it all before, but I got to tell you, then you'll understand it all, right? When I was a boy, these plants we saw, we'd go out and we'd walk the moors, and some fields you couldn't walk for lapwings eggs and curlews. It's the fact. And some of these things were there, and we've seen a gradual decline in them sort of things. Why exactly, I don't know what it is. There's not been fertilizers used. In fact, I'll tell you something else as well. We used to sow phosphates on the moors years ago. Phosphates. It's so phosphates. Dirty, filthy stuff it was. And does anybody here know where it came from? South Wales. Basic slag. It's the mining works, right? It's a byproduct of the mines. And we used to sow that on the moors. You get the grass growing and keep the fertility levels right. So in a period of 65 years, we've seen one heck of a transformation how these moors have changed. And how you get them back, like it, well, I don't know, because the minute you start interfering with nature with the greatest respect, and there's a lot of people here today that does it, then you got trouble. You got water being transferred one place to the other for floodage issues and all the rest of it. Then it doesn't drain away. In the moors at Northmoor, when I was a boy again, I'll carry on as it was. It used to flood every year. It used to drain away, and life would go on just the same. But I think by sometimes flooding these moors unnaturally, when it comes to using them, it's like a sponge. It's full up already. And that's when you get the issues that's going on. I'll admit the fact that global warming, climate change, is a particular wet year this year. Whether or not it's a fair year to take a lot of examples on, I don't know. Because we might go through this year and we might have a very, very dry year. You just don't know what's going to happen. So it's interesting to listen to all these ideas. It really, really, really is. But sometimes when you try and change nature, you probably make things worse. Sometimes you just got to go along with it, perhaps. And the ditches were cleaned every 3 years, by the way. Every ditch on Northmoor were cleaned every 3 years. And they were all dug by who? Can anybody tell me here? By the German prisoners of war and the Italian prisoners of war after the war. All those ditches were dug.
Alan, thank you.
Sorry, that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Right, yeah. You were asking us questions, but not Mark. I mean, it's very useful, but has Mark got anything to respond to that?
Well, now you know what I'm talking about.
No, I know.
Oxygen levels.
I mean, it's
Sorry, Mark, yeah.
Oxygen levels.
so I think it's a very, I think you're right. It's a very, very complex system, and there's lots of factors that are affecting the health of the ditches. I mean, I think lowland wetlands like the Somerset levels and moors, I agree they are susceptible for low oxygen levels because, as you say, often there isn't much flow, but we're going to have an increasing problem with drought and lower water movement in future because of climate change. And if you put lots of organic pollution and nutrients into your ditch system, that will just consume even more oxygen.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm moving on to Councillor Mike Rigby, whose sign is well placed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to advertise my presence, Chair. Two quick questions from me, if I may. The first isn't specifically for Mark, but he'd probably be able to answer it, so I'll ask it anyway. And that's that I recently became aware of the presence of something called the Somerset Catchment Partnership. I looked at their website, and Somerset County Council was listed as a participant. I'm not being fined because it does say Somerset County Council. I understand that Somerset County Council stopped sending a representative to that partnership. I'm just wondering if now, as Somerset Council, we have started sending a representative to that partnership. So that's my first question. And the second one is, we've heard this afternoon from Mr. Rawls' question the issue of the case in Cornwall. Now, initially, Natural England objected to the approach that was being taken, but can I assume, Mark, that the lack of any legal challenge following that decision means that Natural England ultimately were content with the process that was followed there? Thank you.
In answering the first question, I think Henry can provide you with that information.
Mike Stanton and myself are attending the Somerset Catchment Partnership.
And the second part, Mark, could we come back to you?
Yeah, I just wondering perhaps if I could just hand that question over to one of my Natural England colleagues, actually, because I don't lead on nutrient neutrality. I'm more involved in the evidence and the restoration. My initial thought is that it doesn't mean that we just because they've upheld that decision, that it doesn't mean that we accept or we agree with that approach. But we are advisors after all, so it's up to the local authority.
And Tom Lord is online, I think, and able to give us another answer on that. Is that what you've come on for, Tom?
Yes, that's right, Chairman. Yep, it's Tom Lord from Natural England, one of the managers in our Wessex area team. Just to essentially to back up what Mark says, there is we are advisors to the local planning authorities. You've heard that a few times today. But yeah, essentially just to reiterate what Mark says there, he's correct.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other hands in the room, or am I? Oh, yes, Marcus, I do beg pardon. Councillor Kravitz. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I'm feeling slightly out of depth on this one. I think it's a question really enjoyed the presentation. Actually, found it really interesting. But I was looking at those graphs, and I was looking at where, I think one of them said 2083, I think, and I think that was the one with all the dots and everything. And my question, I suppose, is where we are now, and if the starting point to recovery is a point of no return, or is the starting point to recovery in 5 years' time? Does the world end in 2063, or does it just take longer to recover? So I think you probably get the gist of that. At what point are we past the critical point and it all goes drastically wrong? Or if it all starts a couple of years later and things don't really change for another couple of years or 3 or 4 years, will in the end it will be okay? Because as Alan said, he was talking about, I don't know how long ago you were talking about, Alan, but I suspect the moors are still going to be there long after the levels, should I say, are still going to be there all after we're long gone.
Yeah, okay, Mark.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously the levels, as a wetland, will be there, and you wonder how they might look with increased flood risk, and sea level rise. They could be quite different. I mean, all I can say is that there is the perfect storm, really, as far as I can see, with evidence for a much degraded ecosystem, because you've got, as I said, lots and lots of nutrients, and you've got climate change, and it's I think it will be challenging actually to protect them. But all I can say is that we need to do as much as we can, reducing nutrients, and also look at how we manage the levels in terms of water and also physical management to try and make it as resilient as possible. But it's definitely a challenge, I think.
Thank you, Mark. Councillor Richard Wilkins is in the room.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to just point out to Councillor Bradford that I also spent my youth jumping in ditches on the levels, although mine was more Currymore and Haymore. But my question is in regard to a sort of conflation of issues here, which are the protection of the levels from a phosphorus point of view, and the ability and your advice in regard to house building. How does what you've brought to us today, how does that impact into your advice with the planners?
Well, I mean, what I brought to you today is my honest opinion on the evidence in terms of how you restore the Somerset levels and moors long term. Nutrient neutrality is, as I've said, I think many times to various people on the committee, is not something that I lead on. That is led by a different group in Natural England. But the principle behind that is that we shouldn't be making the situation worse by adding more nutrient to this to a polluted system. But I would agree that there's, it's on its own. It won't, in no way will it recover the Somerset levels of moors, but that's not the intention of it.
Right, now we're getting to a point where we've still got some questions coming in from people online. So if we can keep the questions fairly short. Councillor Dunk, you did write something in the chat, but I'm giving you a chance to read that to us, please.
Thank you, Chair. After the messages have disappeared, there you are. It's basically to do with the summer peaks that you graphically showed. They do tell a story, but the question is, what story? Was it just because of the reduction of water volume in the summer that we're seeing those, or is there something else going on? I'm thinking either the stuff that farmers put on their fields, because they're encouraged to wait till the summer to put organic manures on there. Is that having that effect? And my second question is, if we have a lower volume in the summer, are we allowing any abstraction by farming, industry or domestic use? And is that happening during the summer?
Yeah, so just on the first question, I think it would be interesting to look at those peaks in more detail, and I hope that Wessex Water will in PR24. I think the most likely explanation is you've got sewage treatment works that are discharging similar volumes to the volumes they discharge in the winter, but you have got a much lower dilution. So I imagine it's probably predominantly a dilution effect. Sorry, I've forgotten the second part of the question.
Well, it was basically, is there an additional contribution from farming because of the organic muck or whatever that they're allowed to, or actually encouraged to wait until the growing season to spread, and then you get the heavy rain events which then wash that off the fields.
Yeah.
How can that be? How can it be separated? How can you work out which is causing the peak?
Well, you can, to some degree, you can work it out through modelling. I mean, this is not Natural England's particular area of expertise. It's more the Environment Agency, and also we've got University of Lancaster on the call. But there are models that are well developed that allow you to put in the concentrations and flows from sewage treatment works, which then allow you to predict the concentration you get in the river. And Wessex Water will be doing a study, I hope, in PR24 to look at that. I mean, there are others in the room that are more expert, as I said, University of Lancaster, but I imagine that if you get summer flooding or heavy rainfall in the summer, yes, you could get a flashy peak of nutrient pollution from farming. Yeah.
And my other question was to do about water abstraction. Are we allowing it during the summer when clearly we've got the worst problem?
Yeah, so that's something Natural England doesn't actually permit. We don't regulate that. That's the Environment Agency, but it's an issue that I have raised, and I hope it will be dealt with. I've raised it in the water resource management planning process, which is a formal process that where every 5 years the companies and the regulators look at the arrangements for abstraction. And there's also a regional planning process around abstraction, and I've raised that very issue in both of those mechanisms. The answer is I don't know at the moment, but I hope that it's relevant.
Well, I'm just hoping that organisations talk to each other about these problems.
Oh, we definitely do talk to each other. Yeah,
yeah.
But it does. Well,
we are in this room at the moment, really, aren't we?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mick. Councillor Tessa Munt online, please.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Very interesting. I've got some quick points to make. Why do you have only data in some cases until 2019 when there's so much work going on this? It seems terribly, I mean, that's 5 years ago now, isn't it? I just wondered why that was the case. I'd like to know what's going on, because we have the Gravity project, and as I understand it, there are going to be huge quantities of water that will need to be abstracted for the cooling of battery and battery control systems. So I think there is a potential problem there. That might be what you're referring to when you say you've raised it with other people, but everyone can raise it and raise it and raise it. We'll end up with a flipping great problem. And everyone would have been chatting about it or thinking about it, not doing anything about it. I wanted to understand what interaction there is between you, the Environment Agency, and DEFRA about the rules around slurry containment schemes, which the rules are not sorted out yet. And those people who want to try and do the best thing with their slurry in the catchment are prevented by the fact that DEFRA hasn't sorted out the rules around this, and they're insisting on covers, and you can't put a cover on a concrete slurry tank and this sort of thing. I wanted to understand the flood damage that I'd like to have your comments on the flood damage that's caused by standing water in my area. So I live in Wedmore, so I'm in that sort of central bit, probably Tilham and Tadham moors and West Hay Moor and the other moors around in this area. There's been enormous damage to the ecology. So I've seen eggs floating downstream. There are flowers that are just decimated, all the orchids, and a number of the breeding waders have terrible trouble raising their young because they're actually floating before they can do that. The worms are dead, the compacted soil, the soil integrity is actually damaged by floodwater standing. And yet I understand that Natural England tells the Environment Agency they cannot pump, and the Environment Agency has pumps that are broken, although they say there are some replacements in situ, but the water doesn't go away for long enough. And, all of us could cope with 3 or 4 days of water sitting on the moors, not 3 weeks and definitely not 3 months. And my last question is, I wanted to understand what your comments might be about the Ramsar and SSSIs. The rules are very strict about placing animals. And I noticed you'd got some sort of calculation relating to cattle, and their input, the manure amounts and how you calculate the manure amounts, when certainly in my part of the world, on the Ramsar site and the SSI, the rules are very strict and say that the number of cattle, we could put 80 cattle in a field and we put 8 in, because we are told that that's what the rules are. We're not allowed under the HLS agreements, higher level stewardship agreements, we can't farm intensively. So the number of cattle is very small. So the agricultural input might be moderately small. We don't plough. We don't, there's all sorts of rules around those particular designations. So sorry about that. It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it?
Mark, we've got other experts. Sorry to interrupt. We've got other experts in the room who you may wish to defer to when it's their opportunity to speak on some of these. You don't have to give answers to all of them if you'd rather defer to somebody else. I think who's with us today, or do you?
Well, I mean, it's just trying to keep tabs of all the questions, really. But I mean, the first one about the analysis up to 2019, I agree with you. I think we need a thorough analysis going forward, but it does sort of like show the trend, and that was the important thing about those graphs. But yes, we, as part of future investigations that I hope that Wessex Water and the agency will do, we do need thorough analysis of the data they've got, and we need to make sure that the data being collected is not being reduced as as we go forward.
Do we not have anything more modern than 2019? Surely you must have information.
Well, yes, we do, but I think you have to remember that it's not Natural England's role to analyse, river water quality data and to analyse it and present it. We've done that because we thought it was important to to the point we wanted to make, but that doesn't, that thorough analysis needs to be done, I would argue, by Wessex Water and the Environment Agency, and I think they're onto it.
Okay.
Sorry, the next question was about
abstraction by gravity. You might not want to answer that. Someone else might want to take that. I don't know.
Well, all I'd say is I think you're right to be concerned. My manager, Tom, there, who's popped up, will probably in a better place to answer it than me.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Yes, Councillor Munt. So we are really actively engaged with the Gravity or Agritas project at the moment, and we put some dedicated resource into working with the Environment Agency, for example, on the LDO, the Local Development Order Working Group. So we're a part of that group. And we're gaining an understanding now of what the potential impacts might be of that draw on water. And we'll be providing our advice to that group alongside the Environment Agency to mitigate as far as possible that draw on water and any impacts on the designated sites.
That sounds fantastic. How are you going to stop a government project of that size from extracting vast quantities of water from the Huntsville River and the various other bits of? I mean, it sounds lovely. You're not going to be able to stop
I think Tessa, I'm going to have to reel you in, I'm afraid, because
All right.
this is getting a two-way conversation.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm
and
jolly glad
we've
to hear that
got,
we're going to be able to control gravity.
I've got Claire Newell there. Were you
Hang
answering?
on, Martin. I've got a bunch of questions that didn't get answered. Are you suggesting that somebody else should answer those?
Claire Newell will answer this. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Hello.
Councillor Munt. I was just going to come in on your questions about flood kind of damage, like long-term standing water, and particularly around Natural England's advice. And I think you mentioned about kind of flooding impacts due to our advice. So just in terms of kind of long-standing deep water, you know, we recognise that nobody wants that. That's not good, actually, like you've just said, for kind of general ecology, for farm land management. But in terms of Natural England, we advise around raised water level areas that are important for the birds, which are part of the protected sites assemblage in the landscape. It's a really small area across the whole Somerset Levels and Moors that are actually in raised water level areas. And we work really closely with the Environment Agency, the internal drainage boards, and we're a member of the Somerset Rivers Authority. In fact, I sit on that board. And so we're really responsive in times of flood risk. We definitely don't ask for water to be held that would have any flood impacts. So I just kind of want to assure yourself and other members that are in this meeting that the kind of water that's kept for raised water level areas, for birds, for protected sites, features is not one of the things that's impacting and causing increased flooding impacts. That water can be moved around as it's needed to if there's any flood risks.
Thank you. Is there another question to answer that we've missed, Tessa?
Well, yes, I mean, I was just asking about the number of cattle. I know that going back to Mark's, I can't remember what page we were on because I'd lost count by then. But there was a diagram showing sort of input and output type stuff, and there were cattle sitting on there. I declare an interest. I know a number of cattle by name, so and I'm concerned about, I know there's a tension between food security and what you're trying to do, and that we can't have both. So we're going to end up having this man-made landscape of ours is going to be wet, and there will be no farming there in the long run. But at the moment, there is extensive farming as opposed to intensive farming on those levels of moors. And I sense that, if you can't make hay because there's water, and you can't do this and you can't do that, how are you calculating that cattle number?
Well, that was based on the density of cattle at West Sedgemoor during the study. So there was an estimate of how much phosphorus would come from a cow, and there was a number of cows. That just gave an estimate of the load in. What we haven't done in that paper, because we didn't have the information, was to work out how much phosphorus may walk off in a cow, as it were, when it's finished on the Somerset Levels and Moors. There's also the issue of whether there's any supplementary feeding going on, which would be significant because that would bring in additional phosphorus. So cattle grazing, I do think it's an important part of the habitat management of the site, as well as agriculture. I think it's important for management of the levels. But obviously, the more cattle you put on there, the more potential there is to transfer nutrients into the ditch system. And we also need to export nutrients from the ditch system from the levels, as I said, and there may be ways of doing that are more efficient than cattle. So I think cattle have got a place in the mix. It's just, there are some tricky issues we need to work through, really.
Yeah, I mean, the DEFRA rules are really quite strict. So, the last thing I was going to ask, Martin, and it may be somebody else that has to answer this, I don't know, and that is, how on earth do we get DEFRA to make their rules about slurry containment schemes, which is the inference is that it's cattle who are causing a problem, a part of the problem. To whom does one speak to try and get some sense around the DEFRA rules about the slurry containment schemes? They haven't finished thinking through, and yet they're trying to give people grants, and the grants finish in June. for some of the farmers locally, and they haven't set the rules yet. It's really hard for anybody to plan.
Just a quick answer to that, Tessa. I'd say maybe your first stop is catchment sensitive farming, within Natural England. Maybe you've already had advice from them and you're still left none the wiser. Yes. I mean, after that, I think you go up to DEFRA, really. That would be my suggestion. But if my colleagues want to add anything to that, that's fine.
Anyone got any ideas?
Sorry, we haven't got DEFRA in the room, but Claire, did you want to have a go at that?
I don't know that I can answer the question here, Councillor Munt, but I'd be really happy if you'd like to write down a bit about what your question is, more specifically to do with slowing infrastructure. I'd be really happy to kind of follow that up offline.
Thank you. Okay. Can I invite you all to call me Tessa? Thank you very much indeed. Right, brilliant. Cool. Thanks, Martin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, I've got 2 online, and I'm not taking any more questions. We're running a record, sort of 45 minutes over. I do apologise to the speakers, and we're on the first item. But hopefully, Mark, you have taken the brunt of the questions.
Yeah.
which have all been very informative and very good questions, and I don't feel I'm able to cut or curtail them. Anyway, let's move on to we've got Mike Stanby online, please. Stanton, sorry, Mike.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mike. Yeah.
Right, I'm Mike Stanton. I represent a division which has flooded in 2014, Muchley and Thorney. And I'm also chair of the Somerset Grills Authority, which Claire just mentioned. She's a board member of. I put my hand up actually when the Somerset Catchment Partnership was, I think Mike Rigby asked who is Somerset Council's rep, but yeah, I can confirm it. It is me, but only since January. Somehow we didn't manage to appoint anybody before that. So, and Henry is planning to come to the meetings too. So it just seems to me that the discussion we've just had, and there was a bit of shooting the messenger that we need to be a bit careful of, I think. But just shows how important this meeting is, and many thanks to Henry and to you, Chair, for making it happen. It's been very useful information. Slowing the flow is the heart of it. A huge amount to do. There's a huge interrelationship between this whole nutrient problem and the flooding that the Rivers Authority tries to work on. And there's an endless debate. And the pity Henry has just left, because he's been at the heart of the debate of how much of this pollution is coming from farming and how much is coming from humanity. Ever since Natural England issued their edict in August 2020. So I'm sure he'll wave. I can't see him on screen, but is he waving agreement? Very interesting to hear Tessa mention that we're at the beginning of a transition back to the levels being wetlands. That's probably right. The question is, is that over the next 50 years or 500 years? All this adds up to the need for a land use strategy, which I know Ross is in the room. I've mentioned this many times. We badly need a land use strategy in Somerset, which plans what will be used for food production and of what kind, what will be used for water storage. And there are lots of other things that can be grown on wetlands as well, like it used to be withies. Maybe we could go back to that. So land use strategy, please. Welcome back, Henry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, was that a question or was there anything Mark wanted to comment on that?
No, I was trying to get Mark out of his pain and hope that some of the questions go to the later speakers.
Thanks for that, Mike. Well, I agree. I mean, in short, clearly we do need that.
Okay, thank you very much. Henry is back in the room, and it's Gwyl Wren, please. Thank you, Gwyl.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, Mark. Just as a
hi, Gwyl.
Mark and I worked together on this kind of thing many years ago, so I'm glad to see he's still at it while I'm putting my feet up. Really interesting chat. Glad to see not an awful lot has changed over the years, Mark. Is it fair to say that the problem with phosphate is actually making the current drainage system on the levels particularly worse? I also sit on the drainage board, and one of the things that exercises them is the ability to clean the ditches. Also, something you didn't mention, which was the impact of invasive species, particularly parrot's feather and floating pennyworth, which seem to grow exponentially, and presumably their impact is increased by the phosphate levels in the water.
Yeah, so I think I mentioned Azolla, Gwil, which, as you know, is a non-native species. But I mean, I would expect that vigorous species like parrot's feather and floating pennyworts could, the reason why they're so vigorous is that they can, they can utilize nutrients really well. And if there's plenty of nutrients there and the temperature goes up, I don't know, but I would expect that their growth rate would increase and they would become more of a problem. I did mention very briefly the issue of like faster infilling of ditches with plant growth. And I don't know how frequently the IDB now and the EA have to clear ditches to maintain the sort of like, the function of the ditches compared to historically. But I think it would be a very interesting thing to look at. And, yeah, I anticipate that going forward, looking at some of that modelling with climate change, that the task will get ever more challenging.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that the IDB is really worried about is the extra cost of cleaning out the ditches. West Sedgemoor, you mentioned West Sedgemoor, you've done a lot of work on West Sedgemoor. I wasn't aware that there was any sewage treatment point sources on West Sedgemoor. I thought most of the water coming through was naturally occurring, and bearing in mind it's been an SSSI since 1982, to experience the very high levels of phosphate that you are finding in the system, are you going to be doing something similar elsewhere where there is a known sewage component, shall we say? Or are you just going to use?
No, there are an awful lot of sewage treatment works in the whole catchment, probably, lots and lots of them, feeding the parrot, the tone and the brew. So, the reason why I put up the data on the rivers is that the concentrations in the rivers coming from sewage treatment works higher up the catchment is very high. It's the quality of the rivers, going back 10, 20 years is like a sewage treatment works in that the concentration of phosphorus was so high. So there's none directly, no, but they are feeding in through the, through the rivers, from the feeds from the rivers. And we've got some additional data as well for other sites, King Sedgemoor, Moorlinch, Grey Lake, and we're seeing high levels of nutrients in all of them. So I suspect that historically, I don't really know where all of the burden of nutrients, the phosphorus in the levels that we're seeing on West Sedgemoor has come from. I suspect it's a variety of sources, historic, very, very high concentrations in the rivers. Maybe the degradation of peat, the drying out of peat, that will undoubtedly release phosphorus as peat degrades. Direct applications of fertilizers and manure to the levels historically, all of those things.
Yeah. I mean, we used to have to try and control the amount of fertilizer that went on the levels through management agreements. We had a lot of stick over that, as you can imagine. Okay, the final point is summer pen. Of course, that in terms of the ditches, if you're operating a summer pen and using the ditches as wet fences, then in theory, they should always be full. So if you're getting increasingly hot summers, then the effectiveness of the summer pen is going to be reduced, and you'll get this sort of, as you say, the reduction in water level effect, whether you want it or not, because you're unable to feed the ditches as well. And that is presumably exacerbating the process. So if you look at the whole problem that you're talking about, it's got so many different facets to it. That actually trying to do, you've got your point sources, you've got your global warming, all this kind of thing, trying to put it all together. And I think possibly some kind of land use strategy has got to be the long-term solution, because as Mike Stanton said, at some point, and if you add sea level rise into the mix as well, at some point these things are going to just get lost.
Yes, no, I agree, Gwil. I mean, I think as part of that sort of land management strategy, I think looking at how the penning levels and how water's managed, I think that is key. Whether simple penning levels between winter and summer, does that really work into the future? But when you get I think in the drought year we had in 22, there was quite a bit of water, I recall, in April, and that was evacuated quite quickly. And then what followed was quite a long drought. And you had very low ditch levels, and farmers were sort of crying out for more water from the main rivers because there wasn't enough of wet fencing. But that was a year when we had really bad problems with the plants that I've been talking about. So I agree.
Yeah, and this is going to be a problem if, as Tessa says, gravity is going to require a huge amount of water. Where's it going to come from? So it won't come out the broom, I can tell you that.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not involved
brilliant.
with that Gwill so far, but I agree with you.
I think we need to move on, if that's okay.
After all these years. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Cool. Right. Thank you very much, Mark. You've endured a huge number of questions. I think by the virtue of the fact that most people will be worn out within an hour's time, I hope the rest of our speakers can receive fewer probably, but I'm not guaranteeing it. Thank you very much, and to your colleagues for this presentation.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to agenda item 5 and to welcome Dr. Andrew Clegg to the stand, please. And I'm handing over to Henry. Ask a question.
Mark, can you put up? Thank you.
Of course you can stand, however you feel comfortable. But you will need to be near that microphone if you stand. Yeah, that one. Yeah, Henry's bringing you around another one. It's okay. It's more so that people can hear you online, actually, Andrew. And it's good to have somebody with a proper qualification in the room, not just an A level in chemistry.
I was hoping I might use a laser pointer, but the interesting thing is that it doesn't show up on the screen at all. But so I'll rely on you, Steph. Okay, my name's Andrew Clegg. I'm a chemist by training a long time ago, a research chemist. But for a long time, I quickly dropped the chemistry, but continue to be a researcher throughout most of my career. Then when I retired, I live in Martock, and I became involved in the neighbourhood plan there and spent 5 long years struggling to get a good neighbourhood plan through. And the week after it was accepted by the referendum and so on, the whole planning system was trashed by that Temple Combe appeal, which rendered which meant that there was no 5-year supply left, because all the houses that were built in an area where that required to be nutrient neutral were not acceptable for the 5-year supply. So our plan has been dead in the water since 2021. And I thought at that time I would like to investigate what this nutrient neutrality business was. And so I read through the Royal Haskoning report, and what struck me as a chemist and a physicist, I'm not a biologist. The only lessons I've ever attended in biology are the ones I've given myself. I've never been taught biology at school. But as a chemist and a physicist, there seem to me to be two very fundamental areas in that report on which your policy is based. Let's look at this picture first, though, because I put there a list of acknowledgements. I'm really grateful to all the organisations who've been incredibly helpful to the work I've been doing, and particularly the parishes that have supported me, and in particular a group of colleagues who've done a lot of the work around Langport and Hewish. But before we leave this picture, some of you may recognise it. It's the Long Load Bridge. I'm looking west down there. I'm looking downstream on the Yeo. That bridge there, grade 2 star listed bridge, beautiful bridge. This was taken on January the 5th when the River Yeo was about as full as it got this year. And it's worth looking at that just to we can learn a little bit about how the levels work just by looking at that. I'm standing on the side here, which is not the riverbank. It's 3 meters, 2 meters, 3 meters above the level of the land around about. The Long Load Bridge itself, it's 5 meters. from what you can see there to the bottom of the river. So there's an awful lot of water going down there. I checked it with the Environment Agency statistics the other day, and I reckon it's about 50 cubic meters per second going down there. Now, what happens to that is interesting, because it looks very smooth, but it's actually flowing very fast. It'll go straight to Bridgewater Bay. How much flops over the side on the way down, I don't know, but I've been trying to ask the next presenter about that one, I think. But the point is that most of it goes straight through to Bridgewater Bay. The floods at the side, and there are on both sides, left of me and right of me, there are floods, and behind me, all those have arisen because the Environment Agency turn off the pumps. They don't pump the water out of the moors at either side, so the moors just fill up with the water that would normally be pumped out. At the other side of that bridge, the Ramsar site starts, and we get into the area that's drained by the pumps at Hewish. They've done the same thing. So those bits on either side fill up, not from the river, but from water coming in locally. When I take a phosphate sample, I found the river, the phosphate sample, phosphate is pretty low. The floods at either side are much higher, because of course it's coming in through land that has been defecated on by cows. The surface of that land is full of phosphate. So that's what we can learn from that one. Can we go on to the next slide? I'm going to do two slides, which is basic science. The phosphorus cycle. We all know that every element in nature has to be recycled. Nature is we're a closed system on this planet. Everything is recycled. The important thing here is that the phosphate in the soil and sediments there. Phosphates are extremely insoluble. Unlike nitrates, nitrates are very soluble. All nitrates are soluble. Put nitrate on the land, rain comes, it washes off. Phosphate on the land, rain comes, it doesn't wash off, it stays there because it forms aluminium sulfate, aluminium phosphate, which is one of the most insoluble phosphates known, or iron sulfate in our clay soils. So that doesn't move. It sticks there, and it doesn't get washed out. Even if there's a lot of rain, it will not get washed out. It'll stay in the soil. Next slide, please. The assumption, by the way, in the Haspering report was that it phosphate like nitrate. This has been already covered. This is the oxygen solubility in water. It's rather important to note that the solubility is very high at low temperatures on the left-hand side, and it rapidly decreases as the temperature rises. Now we've had 2022 high temperature drought, followed by 2023 much lower. Huge difference in the state of the moors and levels. You just have to go and walk down there. It was very, very obvious. And I think what was happening in the 2022 is that most of the water everywhere was getting very deoxygenated. It was up to the sort of 30-degree mark, and you can see that's much lower than the 10-degree mark, the 10-degree there. So on hot summers, we get deoxygenation even without the sort of things that Mark Taylor was talking about. Let's go on to the next one. I thought I'd show you this. This is a bit of real blanket alga. This is the main lake at Starhead in 2018. It happened to be a year where we had a few weeks of very low, high pressure, no wind, no water, and it just looks like a cricket pitch. One day of rain, and that's gone. One day of rain, one day of wind, and that's gone. Again, it's movement of air, which is important. This kind of thing, but without movement of air, that's what you get. Mark described eutrophication, what happens underneath there. Many things living underneath that will die. I have a close friend in Martok who is very well known on the Somerset levels. His name is Dion Warner. He's an ecologist, and he's got 40 years counting of dragonflies on the lake. And he was the one who told me this is an extremely serious issue. If you just look at his dragonfly counts 40 years ago and compare them with now, very, very little happens now. All you need is 1 year like this, and you lose so many dragonfly larvae. Dragonfly larvae spend several years before they mature and come up. So 1 year is 5 years worth of dragonflies. Let's get on to the next one. We start with, this is the work that I've been doing. I don't know whether you can see this, doesn't matter if you can't see this. I want you to note the red dots there, the red rectangles. Those are phosphate readings from the River Parrett, and they're above and below each sewage works. Notice that all those are red all the way down. On the left, we have tributaries where there aren't any sewage works, where you've simply got water coming from the hills on the side. They tend to be either green or amber. This is the using the.
Andrew, can I just interrupt? I'm getting some messages say they can't quite hear you online because you're not.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Would you mind sitting by the mic?
Yeah.
Is that all right? I realise
Okay.
it's cramping your style a bit, and but if you don't mind doing it just a bit nearer, and I think that should help. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is what I did in what I did in 2022 during the drought, and none of the sewage works in the Parrett at that time removed phosphorus. So essentially, we just have that the Parrett was the sewage outflow for all the sewage works. There are 11 of them. And almost all the water at that time, all the water came from sewage works because most of the tributaries are dried up. I'd like now to go on to the next one, which I did 2 years, which I did last, which I've been doing it until now. This is the important one. At Chisleborough, halfway down the Parrett, the Environment Agency has a flow rate measurement measuring station. And what I've been doing is weekly taking the phosphate, a reading of the phosphate at that measuring station. And just plotting the graph there shows you what has happened over the whole year. If we look first at during the summer, which is the bottom there are low levels of phosphate. What I'm talking here about is phosphate load, not concentration, but how much phosphate is going down, because if I take my concentration measurement and multiply it by the flow rate, I get the actual amount of phosphate being taken down the river. rather than just the concentration. The concentration tends to remain the same. It's usually about 0.5, 0.6. Incidentally, my concentrations are concentrations of phosphate. Natural England uses concentration of phosphorus. So when I talk about 0.5 or 0.6 for the Natural England, that means a third of that. There's 0.6 means 0.2 phosphorus, 0.6 phosphate, 0.2 phosphorus. The reason why I'm doing this is I use an American kit, and the American kit is calibrated in phosphate rather than phosphorus. So we have in the summer a low level of phosphate load, almost entirely from the sewage works, almost certainly, almost entirely from the sewage works, about 40 kilograms a day. As soon as we started getting rain, what happened, the strange thing that happened, was that there was no reduction in the phosphate concentration, still remained 0.5, 0.6, but there was a huge increase in the flow of water under Chisleborough Bridge. What that means, of course, is that there's a huge increase in winter of the phosphate load. A lot more phosphate is washed down the river during winter than during summer. So we get the much bigger bar graphs there. You can see the water flow. I've made an aligned graph there so that you can compare the flow, and you can see that obviously the phosphate load is related to the flow down the river. So the conclusion, therefore, is that when this flow gets down as far as the levels, during the winter, when the inlets to the levels are closed, most of that phosphate goes straight to the sea. It's only in the summer, when the inlets are open, when very little phosphate is going down the river anyway, that some of that phosphate flows through onto the levels. Go to the next slide. Just to illustrate what happens when the phosphate reaches when the flow reaches the levels, we've got the river is largely above the land. So we've got the river Parrot there on the left. There's a big river bank, 3-4 meters high or so, down at West Sedgemoor. And then the IDB, the Internal Drainage Board, control the inlets from the river onto the levels for irrigation purposes, just to keep the levels fresh. And that's done using a sluice and to allow a small amount of water through a small pipe into the reeds in the levels. Now that pipe probably opens only about that much, just a small amount. It doesn't let in much water. This is, and for West Sedgemoor, there are 2 such pipes that they open. So you're letting in a very, very small amount of water at one go. I've got down at the bottom there 3 statistics. One is the annual load flowing down the Parrot-Yeo system, 160,000 kilograms per year. The annual inlet load through each inlet is only 30 kilograms. So that only 30 kilograms of that 160,000 actually enters West Sedgemoor, which is less than 99%. So almost all the phosphate that is going down the River Parrot misses the moors completely. It goes straight into the Bristol Channel. Okay, can I have the final slide, please? One of the attractive things about going down to the River Parrett is that occasionally you see an interesting thing. Anybody recognize this? I expect you can recognize this. It's a water bowl. And this was just 2 weeks ago when the level of the flood got below the bottom step of where I go down to the Parrett. It left a lot of sediment. And here's the picture of the spur of a water bowl, the star-shaped forefoot and the pointed shape. Wonderful. But then I just thought 70 years ago, when I walked down to the stream near where I was born, we would go up to the stream very carefully and quietly and see how close we could get before you hear the plop, 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 plop of water bowls dropping into the water. Then there was something like 8 million. So we're now down to below 200,000. This is what we're really talking about. And that's just in one lifetime. So there we are. I'm sorry it's been... can we finish there?
Lovely. Thank you very much, Andrew. I really do wish I'd paid more attention at school. Thank you very much. That was brilliant. Anybody got any questions? Hobhouse has got some questions, it says here, surprisingly enough. And Councillor Rigby, too irrepressible. So Henry, please.
Andrew, I want to go into a subject that you've not actually talked about, which is the residual amounts in both the Reens and the rivers in the mud at the bottom. Please.
Yes, I should have mentioned that, sorry. Where did this phosphate come from? This rapidly increased load of phosphate didn't come from the land, because I saw none of it in the tributaries. Certainly the floods on the land were high in phosphate, but the tributaries that entered the river, they were much lower than the river. The phosphate that must have come from the sediment at the bottom of the river as it was disturbed. For me as a chemist, this was logical. The phosphate in the mud is always in equilibrium with the phosphate in the water. They're moving backwards and forwards all the time. So you would expect, if there's a lot of phosphate in the mud and you added a lot of fresh water, immediately phosphate would leach out of the mud into the water to get your concentration of phosphate in the water back to what it was. So what my conclusion is, and I think this is supported by a lot of people I consulted over this, is that phosphate that's in the water and that comes out during the winter is phosphate which is historically there. It comes probably mainly from sewage works in the past, from decades. We saw a lot of it this winter. Interestingly, where now Wessex Water are in the process of upgrading 4 of the sewage works on the Parrett so that they will remove the phosphate, one of which has been done. And we've been surveying that one, which is South Petherton. We've been surveying the outlet to that, and the outlet has dropped. The phosphate in the outflow has dropped quite considerably, but nowhere near right down. as there's still phosphate in the sediment of the brook that is discharged into, and that is feeding into the river still. So even when we get the 5 sewage works upgraded as they're happening at the moment, I expect that this will see a lot of phosphate, a lot of legacy phosphate continue over the years. And
Thank you very much, Andrew. Councillor Mike Rigby.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Dr. Clegg, for your presentation. Fascinating stuff. I think the thing that jumped out at me from what you said, though, is the issue about the phosphates and the River Parrett. So it's fairly logical stuff, really, to follow that the phosphates that are in the River Parrett don't get onto the levels of moors. And I think you used the figure of 99% heading straight out into Bridgewater Bay. On that basis, the calculator that this council is using to assess how much mitigation is required from residential developments is fundamentally inaccurate. And on the basis of that, I'd like to make a proposal that we recommend that the council immediately removes the 20% buffer that's in place, which seems to me to serve no purpose whatsoever, and then undertakes a rapid review of how the calculator has come to wrongly assess that virtually all of the phosphates that are in the River Parrett get onto the Somerset levels and moors, when what Dr. Clegg is telling us is that the opposite is the case.
I don't think I'm going to take advice here. It's our role to that sounds to me like you're trying to make policy on the hoof here.
Just trying to act as a scrutiny committee member,
Yeah.
scrutinising the policy that we have and making a suggestion as to how it might be improved.
Oh,
yeah, one day I'll learn to get. Yeah, thank you. If I was out of my depth before, I'm out of my depth again. As someone who never took 1 O-level science because I was FIK thick. So yeah, I think one thing that struck me, you mentioned the report by Royal, I presume it's Royal Haskins DHV or whatever they're now called. And you said they had a fundamental flaw, and I can't quite remember what it was, where they were talking about phosphates. And then my second question, which might be a little bit more simpler to answer. Your data, I assume, is a lot newer than, I know Tessa mentioned 2019. I assume your data is reasonably bang up to date. I assume your data and where you're getting your data is newer than 2019. I'm assuming.
Could you put your mic on? Thank you, Andrew. The right hand one, that's it. That's it, lovely.
Yes, I started taking data in 2021, but seriously in 2022 and 2023, and up till now. I think a lot of the first thing I did was to look at what the Environment Agency has done, and the Environment Agency has stopped taking data certainly in the tributaries around 2018, 2019. So essentially, I think I was the only person taking data out of the river in these routinely for these 2 years.
We're sort of, by all means. Yeah, the follow-up question is, again, I'll say sometimes I need things explaining twice. When you say about the legacy phosphates, so the understanding is that with what's going on with the sewage treatment works and what the policies that we've got in place at the moment isn't making a blind bit of difference to the legacy phosphates because they're there anyway and been there for years. Is that my understanding? Have I got that right?
The legacy phosphate is the phosphate that has been flowing down the rivers in past years. And I think, remember, Mark was talking about the phosphate in the peat is much, much, much greater than the phosphate in the water that's surrounding the peat. That's on West Sedgemoor. The same thing, I think, is happening in the clay around the Parrett and its tributaries. There's much higher concentration of phosphate in the clay than there is in the water, but I haven't measured it because I don't have the machinery to measure.
Thank you. I've got Richard Wilkins and then Will Wren, and I'd quite like to cap that, if I may, after those two.
Thank you, Chair. In light of Councillor Rigby's recommendations, I just want to be absolutely clear that the evidence that you've provided that have allowed Councillor Rigby to make a recommendation, I just want to be clear that that it is not disputed by other organisations, and also other organisations are clear of the relevance of your data.
I think two things here. All I've done is take phosphate concentration. That's the only thing I've measured. In the Parrett, it's pretty well constant most of the time. It varies from about 0.5, 0.6 to about 1.2 over the year. And I'm not the only one that's taking that. There are the West Country Rivers has a big, a large number of people working all over the West Country, including the Parrett, the Isle, and the Yeo, and their readings are pretty well agree with mine. I also am very grateful to Wessex Water, who have taken some of my samples, and they have taken what's called total phosphate readings from them. And my work and their work agree perfectly.
Thank you very much. Will Wren online, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of points on that. Mr. Clegg is talking, of course, about the Parrett. There are other rivers involved. And I think it's quite important before making what might be described as policy on the hoof, that there is a better understanding of where the water goes. So, for example, water from the Tone will spill in winter time as part of a flood control measure, will spill onto Currymore, which will then spill onto Northmoor. Equally, water from the Parrett and or Tone will be used to flood South Lake more in the winter time. Part of the flood control measures are involving taking water from the Parrett catchment across through the Sowie River down towards Huntsville. So I think, whilst I fully understand what Mr. Clegg is saying, I think we need to have a much better understanding of where all the water flows are going. And of course, there is a totally separate catchment in the Brew, which I'm not that familiar with. So whilst I think it's something worth investigating, I think it's something that needs looking at in a bit more detail rather than just coming forward with a straightforward resolution at this meeting, albeit that I'm not a member of the committee. But thank you for allowing me to speak.
Far be it from me to preside over revolution, but thank you very much. Do you want to come back on that, Andrew?
Yes, I should have added that it's clear that much more research is needed into this whole thing. I mean, I've just scratched the surface. What amazes me is that so much is not known about what happens to the water as it enters the levels. We do need data urgently.
Very much. I've got one of the officers in the room, Neil Ogilvie. Neil, did you want to come in on this?
Yeah, thank you for that. Dr. Clegg, thank you for your presentation. With regard to your comments about phosphate levels in the sediment, I was wondering if you had any comments around use of water injection dredging on the levels and how that might impact on phosphates.
I think almost certainly it must raise the level of the phosphate locally when it happens. It must do. One of the things that I can detect because of the chemical system that I'm using, I can detect phosphate which is attached to suspended sediment. And that goes up dramatically if I take a sample immediately after a good rainfall. So that, very turbid water, but it's very high phosphate. So I think almost certainly that will have it, but it'll only be a transient effect.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to remind everybody in this room that this is a private individual who's the only person who has bothered to test our rivers to find out what the level of phosphates are in them. And I think we need to thank him as a committee and as a organisation, because at the end of the day, without his information, we wouldn't be able to challenge Natural England, and challenge them they need, because they haven't done the test. They are responsible for doing those tests, and we have no information from them at all. They've based everything they've done on the habitat regulations, which says that if there's any chance of phosphate getting onto the levels, you have to stop the phosphates going in.
Pleasure. Yeah, well, I've got to now bring Mark Taylor in because you've questioned his integrity. So, well, it's the statistics. Okay, Mark.
Yeah, well, I'm sort of a bit surprised there by what Henry said, because obviously in my presentation, there was a lot of data presented on the concentrations of phosphorus in the rivers, and that data was collected by the Environment Agency, and we've just analysed a proportion of it. So there is data there to be analysed. I think where I would agree with you, Henry, is that what we don't know, as Andrew says, is about the load of phosphorus that is entering the designated sites through to over time in summer and winter, and also how much is being exported, because when there's a flood event, I think we also have a hunch that, more than a hunch, we have evidence theoretically that phosphorus should be exported, and we need to do that. So I just wanted to correct you that there is concentration data for the rivers which we have summarised, and actually it isn't our role to collect that anyway. It's our role to assess the condition of the SSSI, which we have done through that detailed work with Plymouth University.
Thank you very much, Mark. And thank you, Dr. Clegg, for a really fascinating presentation. It's obviously provoked a lot of thought here. Thank you very much. If you just switch the mic off as you said that's brilliant. Thank you. Well, you want to come back again, Mike?
No, I want to suggest a 5-minute break, Chair.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. I think that's a fair request. Okay. 5 minutes, please. Thank you for your patience. Apology from Councillor Tom Power, who's flagged first. He's got no stamina, I'm afraid. Younger members of council don't know how to maintain it. No, he's got to go. But Phil Bruin is here from Somerset Internal Drainage Boards. Thank you for waiting, Phil, and over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Phil Bruin. I'm the Environment Officer or Ecology Officer for the 3 drainage boards in Somerset who work together in the Somerset Drainage Boards Consortium. I've been doing this job for 20 years, so I've got a bit of experience, perhaps not as much as Mr. Bradford. But I do also have a background as a catchment scientist. I used to work in Wales at the Catchment Research Group, so I sort of got a background in water chemistry. We were trying to understand the issues around acid rain at the time. This is quite a big subject. I've got a handful of slides. I'm going to rattle through them fairly quickly. I want to give as much time to questions, and I do appreciate we're running behind time a little bit. It is a big subject. If I can have the next slide, please. Here we go. So just a little bit of background on what drainage boards are. We are public bodies. Like other public bodies, we operate under various acts of Parliament, including all the environmental legislation relating to triple SIs, but also the sort of the current work that we're all doing on things like the local nature recovery strategy. We have a supervisory role for matters relating to land drainage, so we consent activities in or near watercourses within our district. We are not a catchment organisation, so there is a limit to our responsibilities and powers, which does create a bit of a problem because obviously we're at the bottom of a steep hill and often we're experiencing problems with water arriving too quickly, often with a lot of soil in it and also nutrients too, which are sort of affecting the levels landscape, but also how we operate and manage things like flooding and issues relating to other elements of water management, which I'll come on to. And yeah, if I could have the next slide, please. It shows our area of operation. We sort of cover North Somerset as well, but it's really the Axbrew and the Parrot which are of interest to this committee. The sort of coloured areas are the low-lying flat areas, which I'm sure you'll all recognise. They sort of tend to be below 10 metres in elevation. They're the areas that are in need of water management to allow sort of, all the daily activities and people to live and to work and to get across the county. Depends on the management of water to achieve that. Just if I could have the next slide, please. Just to sort of try and give you some idea as to why there is a need for water level management. The black, oh, it's not actually shown, which is really weird. That's a shame. Because if you had seen it, you'd see a profile across the landscape, which shows that it is, if you look at the coloured map at the top, sorry, back, the blue area is very low lying, so it's a basin basically. And Andrew's described the rivers that flow in embankments above that landscape. So they try and take the water that flows off the hills through the flatland landscape and out to sea against a very high tidal range. And if obviously the water is at a higher elevation than the ground, then we can utilise gravity and we can get more water out when the tide is out and conditions are there. It also shows, you see it, there's a bit of a step, which is the coastal area, the green bit before the blue bit. That's higher land, so the land actually rises as you get towards the coast. And this feature here is the Gold Corner pumping station, which is in between the South Drain and the Huntsville. It's one of our larger capacity pumping stations. It was built back along, part of the war effort to drain the land for agricultural improvement, but also provide a water supply to the ROF at the time. And we've heard already that this is, a really sort of important issue for the sort of the gravity sites. Where is all the water going to come from? Well, this is the asset that will provide it to that system, but clearly, it sits in a landscape that has many other competing demands for water, agriculture being one of them, but also things like nature conservation. And our focus these days increasingly on climate and carbon emissions. There's a huge amount of peat there, which is vulnerable to becoming too dry. If it becomes too dry, it settles, the land sinks, which makes a problem for water management, but we also experience carbon emissions as a consequence of that. So there's lots of demands on water level management. You might think, well, being the drainage board, we're really only interested in getting rid of the water. Well, in actual fact, we spend most of the year trying to get the water in and through the landscape and irrigating the extensive ditch network. Have the next slide. I should say that we, as drainage boards within the Axbrew and Parrot, we every year maintain 1,200 kilometres of view green. That's the arterial system, which is sort of connecting into the main rivers, which the Environment Agency manage, which I think cover about 500 kilometres, mostly within embanked channels. But that's less than 20% of the total amount of watercourses in the landscape, which are ordinary watercourses. They fall under the responsibility of the riparian owner or the landowner to do the maintenance. So whilst we are doing a lot of work, there's a lot of other watercourses that fall under private ownership. So just showing you this because it's a historic landscape, as well as when the sort of the modification and transformation of the landscape has been going on for several thousand years, but most in particular in the last sort of 600 or 700 years since the medieval period when we had monastic estates. They were able to transform the landscape in such a way that it made them incredibly wealthy. They were some of the most prosperous and profitable monastic estates outside of London, largely because of the landscape and the capability of, catching eels and selling dairy and all those sorts of things as well. But it has left us with a legacy of embankments and channels. It was not always built, well, it certainly has never been built to a master plan. There's no sort of, this is how it all should work. It's a bit accidental and progressive over time, and we continue to make changes to that and make improvements to how we manage water, often responding to changing requirements, whether that's agricultural or development, but also thinking ahead and issues around climate change and other, particularly around the shortage of water in the summer from an environmental perspective. Can I have the next slide, please? So all of that sort of fiddling around with the landscape and digging channels and moving water around has created, back one please, a network of SSSIs, which is largely why we're here today. It's of great significance, as Mark said earlier. The habitat type is incredibly rare these days in the UK. We have quite a lot of it in Somerset, although I should add that the designations at the time were really in a response to a declining situation where we had quite a lot of agricultural improvement going on, new pumps going in, water levels being lowered for more productive grass, and to be honest, quite a lot of mineral fertilizers being added to the land for agricultural improvement, some of the reseeding also, so you lost some of the traditional flood tolerant meadows to more productive grassland. So the SSSIs were a response to that, to try and stabilise that situation and to make sure that conservation interests were catered for. And to be honest, we've done quite well with that, working with farmers over time. You heard from Natural England about the network of raised water level areas, which the Drainage Board and the Environment Agency, alongside private owners, manage, and that provides condition for migratory wintering birds in the winter, but also working with landowners to sort of look after the traditional meadows and try to recover the breeding waders population. So whilst we've seen a decline in nature across the county and across the country, we've done okay with some aspects of it, but there's still quite a long way to go. And the sites remain not in good condition. They're under pressure for various reasons, and they are being perturbed, and it's a difficult. There's lots of competing issues going on. If I have the next slide. Yeah, so we do a lot of, as mentioned, do a lot of maintenance. Watercourse maintenance is our main bread and butter. We are empowered, we can do it under law. It's a lawful act, it's a necessary act to make sure that communities are kept safe from flooding, but also agricultural activity can carry on, but it also helps with the wildlife too. I just say that we are, because of our conservation duties, we do try to make sure that when we're doing the maintenance that we do retain some habitat and that we're mindful of protected species like water voles, which we do still have some of. But there are, Mark has mentioned, Mark Taylor mentioned opportunities perhaps to look at that again to make sure that we are doing as much as we can, and also perhaps look at it through the water quality lens as well to see what could be done. So, and the sort of thing I'm thinking about, naturally it might be understood well that that's going to make the drainage worse, but actually you could create features such as two-stage channels with planted berms, which could be both good for conveying floodwater, extra volume through the channel, but also pretty good for habitat and wildlife too. So it doesn't necessarily mean drainage or wildlife, that the two can and should coexist in this landscape. Next slide. Bit of infrastructure for you. This is Grey Lake down on the King's Sedgemoor Drain. You'll probably see it driving up and down the main road from Taunton. In the foreground here, there is a little inlet, which is basically a pipe with a valve on it, which we open to let water out of King's Sedgemoor Drain into Moorlinch, and it feeds through the ditch system there. The penstock is generally opened from this time of year through to December to provide that feed. If we didn't have it, the moors would get very dry. In a very hot summer, we can lose perhaps 5 mil a day through evaporation and transpiration. So that needs to be replaced. So that's what's happening. We're sort of topping up with flow to maintain a stable level for the purposes of water level management for whatever reason. Behind it is a much larger structure, which is actually operated by the Environment Agency. And that actually sets a level that feeds water into a whole nother ditch system further upstream, but it also creates a head that allows us to push water laterally out of the rivers and into the moors. So there's a whole forest of infrastructure out there, some small, some large, some level control, some flow control. I was trying to work it out earlier that there's at least 300 structures that the Drainage Board operate in the Parrot and the Brew. That's a good many that the Environment Agency have, and there'll be also quite a lot that the private owners are in charge of, including their gateways to their fields, which can be, if they get blocked or fall apart, then that causes a problem in distributing water through the system. Parts of the moors might get dry or they might experience flooding. So those are the sorts of activities that we get involved. We try and control the replacement and renewal of pipes, making sure the pipes are built properly, with the right size, all those sorts of things, because otherwise it just really, the system starts to fall apart if the little bits aren't start to be neglected. Next slide. Again, so there's a bit more infrastructure here. This is the tilting weir, which we use quite commonly these days. It's easy to operate. It gives flexibility in the level. You can just literally wind it up and down as you require. These pumps are actually providing water in the summer. They're not pumping water out, they're pumping water in, and that's part of the feed to the King Sedgemoor Triple SI. There's all sorts of little things like this, and the ones at the top, of course, are much bigger pumping stations. You've got the North Drain, the right side, and Currymore here on this one, and there's some additional sort of semi-permanent pumps that are deployed during a flood to increase the capacity. What I could spend a lot of time is explaining how all these things work and the flooding mechanism, but basically when it rains really hard, more water arrives through the rivers than get out to sea. Some of that has to go into storage. So the next slide is a picture of a spillway, and these features are sort of managed, engineered low spots in the bank that allow some attenuation of flow to stop the level increasing, and backing up into the villages or even into Taunton. But it does mean that if we get a lot of series of floods and obviously when the river's full, I should say, the pumps can't work. I know Andrew said that they're switched off. Well, they sort of switched themselves off, because if they were working under these conditions, they'll just be pumping water around in a circle. It doesn't do anything. So it goes into a storage situation. As soon as the river goes down, the pumps come back on and recreate that storage by evacuating it. As we saw in 2014, if you get a long series of wet conditions, the moors fill up and it becomes a big problem because you start to lose that storage. I think it's the Allamore one, is that right? The Allamore spillway? Yeah, up amongst these, yeah. So there's several, but Hook Bridge is a really significant one. There's a couple on the Parrot in particular, and then there's a whole load of sort of informal low spots which allow water attenuation, especially through the Langport. They will fill up in this way as well. Next slide. I haven't got many more. So we do monitor water levels. We have various ways of doing it. Gauge boards, obviously one way, but we have a telemetry system that sends the 15-minute readings to the internet. That helps us with understanding what's going on. We can see remotely where we might need to go for operational purposes, and we've got a record of what's actually happening so that we can learn from that as well. The Environment Agency has a much bigger and more sort of comprehensive network of sensors on the main rivers. What I should say is we're generally focusing on level, though. We're not monitoring flow. In a few places that it is being monitored, but generally we're just interested in the level, which of course is important from a nutrient perspective, because that is about the volume as well as the concentration. Next slide. So yeah, I think getting to the end of this bit, which is how do we decide what levels to set and how things are done? Well, we generally, it's historic. It's matter of historic practice and sort of established regimes. We tend to, as I think it's been said already, pen the water high in the summer to get water through the system and provide wet fencing and environment. And then we will drop the level a bit in the winter to get the water to flow, because you need gradient towards the outfalls, and also create a bit of storage capacity for rainfall events. So that's generally how it's done. But we have these things called water level management plans, which we certainly are pertinent to SSIs, that's their purpose, but we really need to think again about how we write these documents and incorporate all of the new requirements, whether that's managing water to avoid problems with nutrient overload, or even adapting our management to perhaps reduce carbon emissions from peat soils. These are all current. And as Natural England has already said, we've already also got a new agri-environment scheme. So farmers are talking to Natural England and to each other about what sort of agreements, and that then often has a bearing on how we manage water within the landscapes. And we try and formalise that through these water level management plans. I think next slide, I think. Oh, okay, yeah, West Sedgemoor, we talked about. I just wanted to use it as a bit of an example, because there are 3 inlets. There's 2 main ones and another one off the River Parrot. There's the output at the pumping station at the top right-hand corner, but there's also a local catchment. There's a wooded catchment on the south side, which is pretty good in terms of its water quality inputs, but we do have some fairly intensive dairy. So in the past, the dairy would have been on the moors. That's sort of generally stopped now because it's just too difficult and not very profitable. Dairy tends to be up the hill a bit or indoors even, and there's a couple of quite intensive zero graze dairies, and we do get water quality issues off that side straight into the moor. It's not coming out of the river. We do also have, next slide perhaps, slide. Oh, yeah, I was going to say we do also have small villages with septic tanks and other inputs further upstream. Just by way of example, not all moors are the same. This is South Lake, which is an isolated moor. It doesn't take much flood water. It's got 1 inlet from the Sowie, which comes from the Parrot, of course, and we do also have a flooding hatch as well, which we open sometimes in the winter, which was actually permitted in 1830 under an Act of Parliament. So this shows how long this sort of historic practice has been going on. We now do it generally for habitat reasons, because this is a tremendous area for wintering birds, and we get a lot, thousands of duck and waders out there in the winter as a consequence of this management. Next slide. Yeah, there we go. So that was my bit about how water is managed on the Somerset levels. I do have a couple of other slides about water quality and how we manage that, but I thought I'd stop there because I've probably gone on too long already.
Oh, you're fine, Phil. Thank you.
You may wish to ask some questions about the water management side of things.
Yeah, well, I actually, for a change, because one of the disadvantages of having Councillor Hobhouse as the vice chair is whenever I look at my list of speakers, Hobhouse is at the top of the list. So I'm going to ask Dixie to come in first this time.
Thanks, Phil. That was really interesting. If you turn your thing off, we won't get an echo. That's right. Thank you. Sorry, teacher, very bossy. I'm kind of interested in that slide that talks about, in a way, a lot of the water management plans are kind of historical, and that in a way you need to move towards a more flexible approach. I would have thought, given where we are with the kind of bizarre and extreme weather we have had, like moving from a historic approach to a more responsive approach around water level would probably be quite important. Is there a kind of a move towards that? And I think, I think it kind of links with a bigger question about the whole history of the levels is rich and complex, and it is not a natural environment. There are hardly any natural environments really in the UK, are there really? They've been over, such a long period of time. It's a lot of our ecosystems have come about because of human intervention, which is kind of fine. They're still rich ecosystems, and it may well be that the levels are going to be moving to a different kind of ecosystem over the next 50 years, I suppose. But I sometimes think that we do have that kind of emotional attachment to the past and how we've been doing things. And it feels a little bit as if climate change is kind of nudging us into a really uncomfortable place where we're having to change our practices and we're like right out of our comfort zone and we don't know. It's kind of balancing all of those factors, and it might be that we have to go for the least worst option. By doing something, we sacrifice something else. So my question is really about how wedded is the IDB to historical practices, and is there a move to be a bit more responsive?
Microphone, Phil, sorry.
Thank you. The Drainage Board doesn't own the land. We're the authority. We have permissive powers only. So we can't really dictate how the land should be managed, because experience shows us that that isn't really going to work, because the landowners will very quickly tell us that that isn't what they want. And so it's really, you know, our water level management plans just generally follow that trend of where the landowners wish to go. And that's why things like the agri-environment schemes are so important, because the last set of plans we wrote were on the back of HLS coming out and everyone wanting to go into new agreements, or even the predecessor, the ESA. That's how we've affected change in terms of water levels. And I just feel like we're at that point again, you know, now with the sort of the big emphasis that the government has on dealing with you know, carbon in particular, but also looking at how we might, you know, get more or different things out of lowland landscapes. And I do think the farmers are up for it as well, because they've had a really hard time, and you know they've lost a lot of money, and there's a lot of uncertainty, and at the same time, the payments are changing as well, which is usually the thing that drives agricultural change. So I think there's a lot, but there's an awful lot of things that people need, you know, there's a lot of understanding that needs to go with this to make sure that we are, you know, confident enough and that we've managed the risks adequately, because obviously we don't want to put local communities at greater risk as a consequence of changing water levels on the moor. And there's the usual thing about how do we keep the investment level up that's needed to keep the whole system running, because there's miles and miles of raised embankment which haven't been maintained for many years. You know, many of our lots of our infrastructure is getting quite old. Thankfully, in recent years, we've actually been able to use environmental grants. DEFRA gave us several tens of millions of pounds a decade or so ago for getting the water level management right in the SSSI. So we actually made good progress with the SSSIs in terms of water levels, but it's only more latterly that we've sort of got our heads around the water quality problem that's sort of pushed us back a little bit. So, you know, do we need to build those water quality issues into the water level management plans? Well, possibly, but the plans belong to the boards, and the boards don't have a responsibility for water quality in the same way that the council do. But although we do have that generalised duty to the environment, so obviously it's of great interest to us. So yeah, it's the usual problem. It's a split responsibilities, and it really does need a lot of partnership working to make progress on it.
Thank you very much. Yes, Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Philip. Some people here, like Alan Bramford, are probably IDB members, but there are a lot of people who don't know what you do and why you do it.
Right.
Could you explain to the committee, and that's the first, and keep it short if possible?
Well, I sort of think I tried to do that, Henry, at the beginning. You know, it's a very low-lying landscape. There's problems of flooding and drought, and therefore we need to move the water around the landscape.
Okay, so if I ask a half asleep member of the committee what you do and who controls you, they'll be able to give me the answer.
Oh, we act under Act of Parliament, and we.
No, I get that.
So we're governed by that, but we have a board.
Let me try and get across what I'm trying to get across. This is a farmers controlled organisation.
No, it isn't.
Well, most of the members of the IDB are farmers.
Sorry,
okay, you're going to deny it.
No, under the Act, so this is important. Under the Land Drainage Act, there are elected members who come from the landowning community, many of which will be farmers, but the Act actually requires the majority to be appointed members appointed by the council. So they can, some of them may well be farmers, but they can also be whoever else, you know, representatives of other bodies or wildlife groups or anybody who's got an interest in water management. We would welcome their input to our authority.
I stand corrected. I don't have a problem. And I'm sorry I got it wrong.
That's okay.
What I do want to know is, do you have any idea what the amount of water or the pollution you're letting into the levels on an annual basis?
Well, let me. The short answer is no, we don't, because we have many points of contact with the catchment and the main river. We do, having said that, know where these assets are, and we do keep notes of how we open them and have some, you know, so there's some context. We know when the inlets are open, we know what they're doing, but it's actually very hard to accurately measure flow. It's much easier to measure level, which is why we do that. It's not impossible. We have done it, and we do know more or less what the typical baseline flow. But one of the key unknown aspects, which is sort of playing on my mind, is how much nutrients are transported during a flood event. When you've got, you know, we do have a problem in the catchment of compacted soils. That's quite well known. We've known that since the Parrot Catchment Project back in the 2000s, when a big survey was done, and I think at least a third, or maybe only a third, of the soils were in good conditions. Others showed signs of compaction. And when it rains really hard, the water just runs off the surface, takes the soil and the nutrients with it, and then it's sort of into the rivers, and then you get more energetic flow and more erosion there. So it's a bit of a conveyor belt, really. It's bringing sediments into the system during those times. We don't see it in the concentration because of the dilution going on, but if you work it out as a load, that's quite a lot of soil and nutrients which get spread across the floodplains in the winter. And we know this from 2014, when we were coming out of a really horrendous floods and the farmers feared for what might come. In actual fact, they got a really good growing year because there's plenty of sunshine, and there was a good veneer of sediment and silt that fertilized the grass and got a really good growth. So I don't know, Henry. It's something that we really need. You know, it's been said already. We really do need to understand where the water's flowing and how it's getting into these sites. But we are going to struggle to have a really comprehensive understanding, simply because of the mechanisms change depending on whether it's really dry or very, very wet. You know, inlets are open or closed. Dix's point about responding to the weather. Well, we do that already. We try to adjust our operations to accommodate the prevailing weather conditions and provide, you know, we're trying to equal out the dry and the wet bits and sort of have a fairly steady level, which is beneficial to you know, the activities that happen within the floodplain area.
Thank you, Phil. I'll come to Councillor Alan Bradford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I haven't got a question, it's just going to be a statement, actually. I just think we owe the drainage board a great deal of thanks for what they've done. I've been on that drainage board now for 18 years and got so professional in that period of time. It's unbelievable. And working with the SRA in the last few years, they really have done a fantastic job, because we all moan when we got wet feet, right? And I'll leave you with one thought, all of you, that seasons will beat all judgments. Something my father taught me: seasons will beat all judgments. You can say what you like and do what you like, but at the end of the day, it's what comes down from there. And thank you, drainage board, anyhow.
Thank you, Alan. I've got Marcus Kravitz.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, well, just taking that in, Alan. I suppose that's why we've all got trench foot at the moment. Thank you. Thank you for that. There's a couple of things. I noticed I got a bit of envy with the long arm scoop on the side of a tractor. And I just wondered, I noticed earlier it was mentioned about water dredging or pressurized water dredging or wetter. And I got the feeling maybe you had a view, as you were sat behind me, they had a view on whether that was good or bad for nutrient levels. And I'd just be cared to hear that. Yeah, that's what my question's about. And I do have a second question.
Yeah, go on.
My second question is with regard to is the tidal barrier good or bad for nutrient levels?
For what?
The tidal barrier.
Well, the purpose of the tidal barrier is to keep Bridgewater safe from tidal surges. So I would think it's a good thing. Well, but that isn't the purpose of the barrier. So, yeah. I mean, you know, there is a lot to be said about the barrier, but on the subject of the injection dredging, it's only used in the tidal section of the Parrot. So that is downstream of all of the inlets to the SPA, but critically, it's sediment that comes, it's pretty much 99% of sediment comes from the estuary rather than from the catchment. So therefore, it's fairly low in phosphorus in that direction. So we have done water quality sampling, and we do deploy sensors when we're doing the water injection dredging, and we've had no problems with water quality or impacts on the environment. We've even gone to the extent of looking at where the fish go while we're doing it, and we're pretty confident that they disappear and get out of the way. Obviously, we have to be careful about how much we do and don't overdo it, because we are having an impact on the environment. But it isn't an issue for water quality in that specific example. However, we do manage silt in the rest of the system, those 1,200 kilometres of watercourse, because of the way that the sort of sediments are often very soft. Ditches will fill up with silt, water will come off the catchment, plants will die and decompose, leaving debris in the bottom. We do have to remove that periodically, and we are aware that that's rich in silt, rich in nutrients, and there are thoughts as to how we manage that process to make sure that we're not either causing a pollution incident as a consequence of doing it, or what can we do to reduce the likelihood that those nutrients might get remobilized and end up back in the water. Ideally they sort of go to land, grass grows, cattle eat them, and the nutrients are exported from the system. Or maybe we are, one thing that we'd rather not do is have to transport it away and landfill it, because clearly that would be too expensive and rather pointless. But there are definitely things that we can do, I think, in how we manage our watercourses, and particularly the vegetative fringes along the sides, which could help the water quality issue. And I think that's quite an interesting area for research.
Thank you very much. And Matt Martin, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Phil, for your presentation. That was most informative. I wondered, following on from Henry and then from Alan, actually, I wonder if you could give us a couple of paragraphs, please, on how the SDB, the IDBs rather, fit in with the riparian responsibilities of the landowner, sort of downwards, and with the Somerset Rivers Authority, with the EA. Where do you all fit in together?
When you say a couple of paragraphs, do you want me to send you an email, or would you like me
No, just a couple of pithy statements. I mean,
yeah, sure.
I'm lucky enough to have been on a few of the boards.
So there are 3 main authorities with flooding water management responsibilities. Environment Agency responsible for main rivers, which are known and designated as such. The Drainage Board operates in the flat pits, and we deal with all watercourses that aren't main river. And then outside of our drainage district and in the catchment, it's the County Council, the Drainage Authority, operating under those powers. So it's a fairly well defined area. I would say there are issues at the boundary, especially for us in terms of planning, what might be permitted just upstream of us that might cause a problem if the water starts coming in a different direction or in a much greater volume. That does happen, and we need to work closely with the planning authority on that. One of the things I would say is that the Drainage Board isn't a statutory consultee in planning, and I think we can do a bit more to make sure that we are, when we do make a response, we get a very good reception from the planning authority. But I think there's a bit more opportunity for better information flow as to what's coming forward. That's something I can certainly happily talk to the councillors about. When it comes to owners, Well, it's generally, if it's an ordinary watercourse in a drainage district, then that falls on the responsibility is on the drainage board to take action. If it's an ordinary watercourse outside the drainage district, it's the county council. So that's the responsibility for it. We are always exercised by trying to make sure that the system is connected and works well, and we do have quite an active planning team within the drainage board that will chase up enforcement if it's ditches or pipes that are blocked that are critical for the system. Obviously, we're not going to do that everywhere because some ditches aren't doing very much, and it doesn't really matter, So we do take a fairly pragmatic view on that.
Sorry, and that you mentioned something at the beginning there, which was very interesting. Thank you for that, by the way. The fact that there might be some confusion at the boundaries. The boundaries of these things is where most of us do our work. We sit on the boundaries and we sort of arbitrate between people that might be otherwise interested. Do you think there might be some benefit to all parties concerned if there were dedicated channels of communication between the different agencies? It's a perennial problem where people say, well, I phoned up this person, then he told me to phone up that person, then he told me to phone Jack, and it goes round and round.
Well, those things do exist. There's always room for improvement, and I think the question of getting good planning responses on water management is a big focus for us. I think it's a challenge, isn't it, for authorities to respond to inquiries? They come at you quite quickly these days from all sources, social media and other things. I like to think the drainage board are quite good at picking up the phone and responding. So that's something that we do, take quite seriously to do that. But yes, there are opportunities always to improve the way that we work, and there are bigger things as well. Should we actually have a catchment operating authority? Should the drainage board be expanding its boundaries to cover all of the county? I mean, those are sorts of conversations that are going on in other parts of the country.
Thank you very much. Did you want to? Have you got another element to the?
No, well, it was just really, I was going to show some pictures of how we manage flow, how we monitor flow, Henry's point. I think I've answered it already, really. I mean, I just wanted, if I may,
of course,
finish off and say, Councillor Will Wren, I very much appreciated his comment on invasive species. Azolla is one of the species that Natural England are concerned about. It's not native to this country. And it's just one of those things that where you have an ecosystem which is under pressure or being impacted somehow or other, whether it's pollution or some sort of disturbance, then invasive species are often very well placed and able to take over and become a real problem. And I think definitely getting on top of the nutrient issue is important, but we need other tools as well. And we must make sure that we are not sat here in 20 to 30 years' time, sort of really pulling our hair out because we've not been able to deal with floating pennywort, and it's just everywhere, and it's just completely changed the ecosystem and causing havoc in terms of flooding and water management. So I just think that I'd leave you with that thought that there are other complications that the nutrient issue can exacerbate, like climate change.
Well, thank you very much. That was really enlightening, and thanks for the questions, everybody.
Yeah, so if you want to, you can always send me an email if you've got any follow-up questions.
Yep, we've got that, and we can be circulating your email address if we haven't got it. So thank you very much indeed. Thanks. And so
thank you for your time.
No, pleasure. So moving on. 7, Wessex Water improvements driving phosphate reduction on the Somerset levels and more. So welcome, Matt Wielden.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if we've been in the same room together, Matt. I've seen you online at least twice, I'm sure, but I can't remember. Anyway, it's nice to see you. Thank you for coming. Thanks for waiting.
Well, thank you for your time. I'm very conscious of the time on a Friday afternoon. I've got 10 slides. I'm doing 9, and my colleague Tim Stevens will do the last slide. I'm Director of Infrastructure Development at Wessex Water. I've worked there for 25 years. The next few slides I'm going to show you, there's a subtle difference in the title of the slide on the screen compared to the title on the slide in your pack. And the difference is it says on the Somerset levels and moors. in your pack, and I've put in the rivers near the Somerset levels and moors, because we've already been discussing that. Most of the treatment works discharged to the rivers, and the $6 million question is how much of that gets onto the moors. So let's go for it. A little bit of how we do it, how we remove phosphorus from water recycling centres, or sewage works as most people call them. We call them water recycling centres for some reason. How we do it, what have we done, and what are we planning to do? So that's how I'm going to split my talk up. And so we use physics, biology and chemistry to remove phosphorus, or P, taking the P out of sewage, P being the chemical symbol for phosphorus. And we use all those processes for removing phosphorus. We call it phosphorus stripping from our sewage works. And the levels we have to remove are dictated by the environmental regulators, the Environment Agency being the authority body there. And they set us two things. I described this last October when I spoke at this group. They set us a concentration permit, and we have a flow permit. And the two contribute towards a load permit. That's how we work. And we work within those. So we're always on the right side of the equation, as I explained last time. We're always below the concentration, and we're always below the permitted flow. Next slide, please. Just very quick explanation how we do it. It's kind of split into two ways. 80% of the phosphorus is quite easy to remove. We use chemical dosing. We use generally ferric sulfate. Let me tell you about the carbon footprint of this ferric sulfate, because we don't make ferric sulfate in this country from our raw materials. We import the magnetite from Sweden, and then we import the ferric sulfate from Germany or Finland or Sweden, and we take it all the way up to the north of England, where we then produce ferric sulfate in places like Widnes and Goole, and then we stick it in trucks and we drive it all the way down the M5 and the M6, and then we pour it into the sewage. There we go. That's how we remove phosphorus. You can argue about the carbon footprint and the benefits another day. But what the ferric does, it's a coagulant. Dr. Clegg talked about insoluble phosphorus. So the coagulant helps the insoluble phosphorus settle out. We just use gravity to take out most of the phosphorus. That's the physical chemical bit. And it drops out. We take it out. We take it off site. And then we go and do something with it in far away where we digest it. And then those nutrients get eventually recycled back to land. We also use biology, because our treatment processes are biological processes as well. And that's where we can treat some of the soluble phosphorus, because the bacteria that we grow on our treatment works to treat all the organic pollution need to grow, and of course phosphorus grow, as we know. So that's kind of easy. To get the next 15% out is a step change in technology. And that's where we have to use very fine filters. We call them mixed media filters, is the common way of doing it. And that will take the concentration down from about 1 to about 0.25. About 0.25 is, you can go a little bit lower, but that's called the technical achievable limit. So you've got to bear in mind two stages. The easy stage, 80% from 5 to 1, the more difficult stage from 1 to 0.25. Next slide, please. The law of diminishing returns, I'm sure you're familiar with that. That's what we see. As we get down below 1, what we suddenly see, because we have to have different sorts of technology, we suddenly see the costs go up. So what you see there, as the phosphorus removed gradually goes up, that's the orange bars, suddenly the cost to remove that extra bit of phosphorus starts rocketing. And so we try and look at different ways of removing that extra last bit of phosphorus. And that's where we start going, actually, does the law allow us to remove it through working with farmers, or by permitting the treatment works in a different way? So that's catchment permitting and catchment nutrient balancing, which are different ways of trying to get that last bit out in a more cost-effective way than having to rebuild the whole of the works, which of course is incredibly expensive. Let's see what we have done on the next slide. So these are the 67 water recycling centres upstream of the offtakes into the Somerset levels and moors. And back in 2010, we were allowed to discharge about 300 tonnes a year under the permits. As you can see, that has drastically reduced to this year, we're about 147 tonnes a year. This year, we're going to drop that by a further 74 tonnes in this 1 year. 74,000 kilograms of phosphorus is going to be removed by the end of this year compared to the start of this year. And then we've done the easy stuff. So Mark said in the future it's going to be our biggest program. It's not going to be our biggest program of phosphorus removal. It's going to be our most expensive program of phosphorus removal, because we've done the biggest program of phosphorus removal, and that's to get down to where we are at the end of this year. The next stuff is the hard graft. That's where we're starting to have to really reconfigure all of these treatment works and put on these filters at the back end. And because we're putting on the filters at the back end, we've got to upsize the front end as well to cope with all the backwash that comes from the filters. So next slide, please. This is just a few slides just to show the history. I'm not going to go into a huge amount of detail, but pre-2019, only 3 treatment works had any sort of P stripping. That's upstream of Yeovil. Next slide. This is this current 5-year period. So all the yellow dots are where we've got new permits in this 5-year period between 0.5 and 1. And next slide, please. At the end of 2025, we're going to be employing sort of different approaches, stretch permits, where we are permitted to get down to a certain level, and to try and not have to spend so much money on that law of diminishing returns, we are going to try and sweat the existing assets, sweat what we've got to hit the overall load targets. And then the final slide is looking, I'll on to the final slide in a minute. So law of diminishing returns, here it is. The bars are phosphorus removal. So up to today, at the end of this year, we'll have removed 700 tonnes. This is Wessex Water region-wide. This isn't just the Somerset levels and moors. We'll have removed 700 tonnes, and that would have cost us £400 million in capital. Okay, that's the easy stuff. Going forwards, we're going to be removing another 700 tonnes, but this time it's going to cost us about £1.1 billion. So that's because the technology we've got to employ to get that last 15% that we can get out is going to be dramatically more expensive and have a much larger carbon footprint. Our tonnage of ferric sulfate, currently we use 12,000 tonnes a year, bringing it down the M5. Imagine how many Arctics that is. That removes 700 tonnes to get the next, however many, 700 tonnes. We're going to be doubling that, another 12,000 tonnes of ferric sulfate. The next slide shows the future for the Somerset levels and moors. So all those red dots are where we're getting down to that technical achievable limit. That's the 0.25. That's scraping off that last 15% of the phosphorus that we can get out from the sewage. And you look at how many sites are going to get down to that 0.25, all feeding into the rivers that run next to the triple SIs. Next slide, please. Oh, that's it. That's my final slide. What else are we going to do? Apart from investing, we're going to be investigating. And I'm going to hand over to Tim, who's our catchment delivery and partnerships manager.
Thank you very much, Matt. No.
This is in the business plan for delivery by March 2027, and then the results of these investigations should be available by the end of 2027 to be published and shared more widely. The first investigation, and when we talk about investigations, that they're driven by the need to understand the impact of our assets on the environment, and the way these investigations are suggested and agreed is through dialogue with the Environment Agency and Natural England. And the first one about the seasonal nutrients investigation, the objective of that is to assess the loadings to the Somerset levels and moors from water recycling centres and storm overflows on a seasonal basis. So this goes back to various points that have been raised today, and that will involve source apportionment on a seasonal basis rather than the annual basis that SIMCAT is currently doing. But SIMCAT can't cope with shorter time periods than a year at a time. But it will be looking at 1 or 2 locations in detail rather than the whole system. The other one, the legacy and cycling investigation for phosphorus, is really looking at the fate and the behaviour of P in the Somerset levels and moors. And it will also explore options for increasing the rate of export. This is we're currently in discussions with multiple universities because we would like to make this a multidisciplinary investigation, possibly PhD, we're not sure yet. And that will look at P from all sources. And that's, yeah, I think that the same point with the seasonality, it will, because it's involving source apportionment, it won't just be about the impact of Wessex water assets, it will also look at other sources as well. So it won't be the answer to every question that there is about these two subjects, but it will advance the evidence base considerably.
Okay, thank you very much. That's great. You don't get off. Oh, look, he's drawing his chair forward. You don't get off that lightly. Although I remember the last time you gave a talk, there was a deafening silence at the end of it. And I thought nobody had any questions. I thought you'd killed all opposition, but they eventually came out of their shell. I'm going to call in Councillor Munt, Harry Munt, please.
Thank you. Question for a couple of slides you showed, Matt. Just so I understand properly, I've got two questions on this. The easy 80% that you mentioned, you said that it then gets taken away, and I think you said it gets digested somewhere.
Right, yeah. The sludge gets, the biosolids gets taken off, it gets digested to get the energy out, and then it gets basically sold as a fertilizer. Okay, so there is a virtuous circle there, and it depends on where it ends up, obviously.
So it could, in theory, end up back on the land if that's what it's being used.
If the farmers are purchasing it, okay. Yeah. So the farmers will buy fertilizer, either man-made or organic fertilizer from different sources according to their needs.
Okay, and then I don't have a chemistry A level. So you said that it added phosphate something or other to the water to make it sink down.
Ferric sulfate.
Sulfate. Okay.
Yeah, ferric sulfate.
So it's not adding more to.
No. So yes, ferric sulfate. Sometimes ferrous chloride. Yeah. So they're different sort of coagulants. Okay. And they, when we add them, so if you add an iron salt, then that forms part of the permit as well. So you can't just pour in gallons because it goes into the river. So you've got to, then the Environment Agency set as an iron permit as well as a phosphorus permit as well.
Okay. My last question was just on the 300 tonnes a year that you used to have as that black line across the top of that graph. That was set by a national policy, is that when it, and my real question is, has that changed? Do you expect it to change, or are you still allowed?
Yeah, so permitting is interesting because there is so much legislation that covers nutrients. I think there's about 4 different levels of legislation. You've got Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, you've got Water Framework Directive, you've got Habitat Directive, you've got LURA, you've got Environment Act. There we go. You've got 5. LURA and Environment. Yes. So there we go. So you've got 5. And so what's happened is environmental legislation has evolved, and some works are covered by 4 different types of permits. Some of them are the work's this big, therefore you need this permit. Some are the river needs this, therefore you need this permit. Some are you can achieve this, so achieve this, which is where we're now ending up with this technical achievable limit. It's not an environmental needs based assessment, it's a technical achievable limit. Water Framework Directive generally says what do we need to achieve in the river. Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive says you've got a big works, get it down to 2, get it down to 1. So yeah, the reason it's, and the problem with evolving legislation is you end up with a whole heap of different things on different sites as they respond each 5-year period to extra investment. It would be lovely to have something that's just driven by environmental needs, but that's not what we have in this country.
Thank you. I'm asking the next question. I think it's about time I asked one. You said your ferric sulfate comes from EU countries?
Sweden.
Sweden, yeah.
Sweden, Finland, not EU, I don't think.
Okay.
Well, no, that's where the raw materials come from.
Yes.
So Germany, Finland, I made a note of it before I came. Norway and Sweden. That's where the sulfuric acid comes from. The magnetite comes from Sweden, and ICL is the chemical company that produces it up north for its.
Yeah. Have you had any problems importing?
We did back in the day. Everyone's chemical use is rocketing, all the water companies.
Yeah.
So it's been very much a concern of the supply chain has been very, very dodgy. And there was a time a couple of years ago where it looked a bit scary. And that's now calmed down. But yeah, having more than one supplier, which is why we look at different chemicals as well, is really important to keep resilient in the end.
You see what I'm getting at, don't you? I mean, is it an EU thing? Is it a Brexit thing?
No, I mean, it's a demand and supply thing. I guess leaving EU has made it harder, but we've left the EU years ago now, and we're still okay. So there was probably teething problems, but we're way over those now, and we're looking to diversify the supply chain. But the reason I mentioned the process of producing ferric or other coagulants is, we're trying to tackle this water quality problem called nutrients. And one of the biggest problems is climate change, and we're adding to climate change by bringing all this ferric, all this magnetite in across the ocean to produce it, to tackle that problem, exacerbating the problem we're trying to solve. I'm not here to solve, I can't solve that. I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah.
That is a real issue that we have.
Yeah, that's a well taken point. Thank you. Councillor Hobhouse.
Thank you. Matt, can you please tell this committee how many tons of phosphate you have taken out of the system that is supplying phosphate to the levels since 2020?
I've got some figures in front of me. It was one of those graphs. So we started about 292 tons per year being discharged into the rivers.
Yep.
So I can't answer the question about the Somerset levels and moors into the rivers like the Parrett and the Tone. At the beginning of this year, that's reduced to 147, so that's halved. By the end of this year, we'll halve that again. We're down at 73. So we've gone from 292 to 73 at the end of this year. And then the next 5 years, that's going to reduce by another 48, down to about a total load of about 25 tons going into the rivers. So we start at 292, and in 5 years' time, we'll be at 25 tons going into the rivers.
Do you know of any legislation which stops us using sewage as a mitigation for building houses?
That's probably a question for someone else to answer. I don't, but clearly that question should be pointed at the people that are involved in that whole nutrient neutrality discussion. The question is, what are we trying to achieve? I think, are we trying to achieve an improving environment, or are we just trying to minimize the impact of new properties? And the two are subtly different. If you look at it in the round, the amount of phosphorus we're removing means that phosphorus levels are dropping like a stone. If you build no houses or lots of houses, there's no change. The amount of phosphorus going through us is dropping like a stone, because the amount of phosphorus we're removing is in tens of tons. New development adds kilograms. So whether or not you build no houses or 10,000 houses, the amount of phosphorus going into rivers is plummeting down because we're doing what we're doing.
Good stuff. All right, Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for your presentation. I'm going to ask the question that Councillor Hobhouse asked, but in a different way, in a more technical way than a legalistic way, which you may be able to answer. So I recognise the figure that you quoted of 147 tonnes. I calculated from some information that Wessex had supplied that is the amount of phosphate that will have been removed from the rivers surrounding the levels and moors in the 10-year period from 2014, so until the end of this year. That will be 147 tonnes of phosphate removed. As you mentioned, in order to combat the additional phosphate from all of the new housing planned in Somerset, we need 3 tonnes of that 147 tonnes to have been specifically implemented to deal with new housing. So the way that local plans work are that local authorities consult widely, including Wessex Water, on their plans, so that Wessex Water and other utilities like electricity, for example, can make sure that there's enough capacity in those utilities to deal with whatever new housing comes. So my question then is, rather than as Henry asked it, is can we ascribe 3 tonnes of those 147 tonnes to new housing development that Wessex Water was made aware of? And then I've got a second question, if I may.
Just trying to think how to answer that question. So, as I said right at the start, all of our treatment works outperform in terms of flow and load. So if you look at all those treatment works upstream of the Somerset levels and moors, their permit allows them to accept a dry weather flow, which is the polluting load from people, of about 106,000 cubic meters a day. We currently receive about 68,000 meters cube per day. So we've got a headroom there. So we've used up about 64% of the headroom in the current flow permits. The concentration permits, we use up about 50% because we outperform by about 50%. So when you look at the total permitted flow versus the total the total permitted load and the total discharged load, we discharge about 25 to 30% of what the permits allow us to do. All that rest is outperformance, and that outperformance then gradually gets used up as the dry weather flow increases, the population increases, and you start losing the headroom in that dry weather flow. That we've currently got 35% headroom, that will get gradually eaten up. So then, depending on which perspective you have on those facts, you either say that extra development is adding flow, or you say it's using up, adding extra load or using up permitted headroom load. And that's the policy debate that others need to have rather than me.
You want to come back?
I do, thank you.
Yeah.
So thank you. That clarifies that there is a pretty vast headroom still available there. And obviously there are different reasons for wanting to remove phosphates from the river system. One is obviously to improve the biodiversity issues that we've heard about today, and the other is to address housing growth forecasts, which Wessex are made aware of. So thanks very much for confirming that huge headroom. And then this second question may be really easily answered, but if phosphates are reducing so significantly in the river system, is that evidence that the new homes that are being built or have been built over the last 10 years are having no measurable impact in the river system?
Yes, dealing with that 80% from existing houses, that number totally dominates the total load compared to new properties. You're talking about chalk and cheese in terms of total phosphorus entering the environment. You know, and that's obvious, isn't it? Look at the existing properties versus the ones that we're gradually building. We've been addressing the existing properties through our existing treatment works and removing 80% of that. So those are big numbers. And I guess, as you pointed out, we're talking about small numbers from new development.
Thank you. I think I'm going to bring Steve Ashton off the bench and into the field.
Does Wessex Water still dose supply water with phosphates? If so, yes. How much is it? And is there any opportunity for reducing that? Because
yes, so,
if it's law of diminishing returns, reducing that end would.
Good question. We dose phosphoric acid. The reason we dose phosphoric acid is a lot of your pipes, if you live in an old house, are lead. Lead will give you brain damage. And so we dose phosphoric acid to form a coating around that lead to stop that lead dissolving into your drinking water. So it's from a public health perspective that we dose that phosphoric acid. So about 5% of the phosphorus coming into our treatment works has actually come from the water we supply rather than all the phosphorus that we haven't used in our bodies and that we excrete. So we optimize that because we don't dose phosphoric acid everywhere. It's only where the levels of lead pipes are high enough to warrant dosing that. If we reduce it further, we will fall foul of the public health authorities and that's not somewhere where we want to go. So we have already optimized that because we're very conscious that half of our business is adding that phosphorus and the other half is taking it out. But it is about 5% of the total amount of phosphorus arriving at the treatment works comes from that source.
Dave Mansell.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I've got a comment and a question. My comment is there's been some observations and apparent concern, and I've just sort of wondered why, to some extent, about the transport impacts of the minerals for treatment. And I just wish to make an observation on that. I mean, one is that we've got many environmental issues to deal with, and many of those environmental issues get to deal with, and sort of suggesting that climate change, which is one really important one, trumps everything else, I don't believe, and I don't think we should believe. There's many things we need to deal with. And to make an observation on this transport impact that was brought up. Now, with personal transport, we don't do it very efficiently. Often cars only have 1 or 2 people in them. When we transport minerals, we tend not to put 1 or 2 bags in a car and transport it halfway across Europe. We actually organise transport pretty efficiently in big bulk transport vehicles. And most production processes, I must admit, I don't know about these ones, but I have looked at other production processes for things I used to be involved with. And the transport impact in terms of the energy and then the climate impact was a really minor bit of the production process. It wasn't actually the real thing to focus on. And I just a little bit wondered why that point kept being hammered home. I wasn't sure whether it was to say we shouldn't be dealing with the pollution, or quite what the point of emphasising that was. But it was emphasised for whatever reason, and I'm not entirely sure for the right reasons. That's an observation. My question is, looking at page 16, we've got the treatment works, and it looks good compared to how we had before, right at the beginning, when we had an awful lot of works which were unpermitted and, as I then understand it, uncontrolled in the phosphate that was coming from them. So by page 16, we've got a lot of red. But we've still got, and the red, what I understand, they're the good ones. They're the ones where the phosphate's been reduced down. But we've still got a few green, including near Yeovil and another one as well, where it's still higher, so not fully treated. And we've got quite a lot of yellow ones. So is there still scope to do quite a lot more? Can you comment on the treatment works where they're still not up to the standard of the best?
Yes. What do you want to do more for?
Say again.
Can I ask what you want to do more for? For the sake of it, or yeah? I'm just trying to explore why you want to do more.
Okay.
So that we do what we're told to do. So
yes.
You've got to ask the Environment Agency or Natural England that question
yes.
rather than us.
Okay.
So what we try and do is, when we're told what we need to do, is do it as efficiently as possible.
Okay.
So I can't answer that question, I'm afraid. But if the regulators want it to be red and tighter, then that's what we will do.
Okay, thanks for the response. And perhaps the question should be to the Environment Agency: does this solve the problem? Is there still more that needs to be done? But I've gathered that's not your concern.
That's a good question.
I will mention it's a little bit of a concern that it's not of concern to Wessex Water, because you're a key player in this. And personally, I would like to see a little bit more of a responsible attitude to thinking, because you're contributing, you're a major player within this, your operations, and I would like to think that you do care as to whether it is solving the problem. Your answer to me suggests that you don't, and I don't know whether you meant to give that impression or not.
Absolutely not. What I'm trying to eke out from you is, what are we trying to achieve here? And I did answer it.
Yeah. I did say is it solving the problem? Has it dealt with the pollution? So I did answer your question back to me. Thank you.
That's why we're here, isn't it? That's exactly why we're here. Is it solving the problem? Let me ask you the question. Once we've spent £1/3 billion over the next 5 years, will the Somerset levels and moors be in a recovering state?
That's what I was interested, and we're interested to hear your replies and what has most concerned you in the response was good. It's been revealing and it's been good.
My
Thank you.
concern is we will do all this and it won't achieve what we want it to achieve. That's my concern, because our job is to try and protect the environment in an efficient way. If we do all this and it doesn't achieve it, well, we've got to look at why we've spent so much money and carbon footprint in that, because ultimately we're trying to protect the environment, and we're trying to, in this particular case, you know, we want the Somerset levels and moors to recover. And we've already been hearing about, well, how much of the flow in the river gets into the Somerset levels and moors, and people don't know the answer to that question. We also know that we can, yes, remove more and more phosphorus from the treatment works, but will it achieve what we want it to achieve?
Thank you for that. Getting a lot of questions coming through. I'm going to, I'm going to bring in Mark Taylor, because if he's had it from Natural England, he's had his hand up for some time online, and he may be able to throw some light on the discussion that's happened here.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. Well, the first comment I got is just on Wessex water over performance against existing permits, and that is indeed true. But I think the important point to recognise that those permits for a very long time were just not protective of the freshwater environment, and that's why we're seeing like 20 times the concentrations of phosphorus, you know, going back 10 years in the River Parra or the River Brue compared to the ecologically acceptable target. So what Matt says is true, but you know the targets were just not set correctly to protect the freshwater environment. I mean, on the point about how far do you go with reducing sewage treatment works down, you know, I agree. There comes a point when you need to recognise other things need to happen alongside removal from sewage treatment works. You know, the presentation at the beginning, what I tried to say there was that, you know, there's a huge reservoir of nutrient pollution within the Somerset levels and moors, and we've got climate change, and we've got to deal with agricultural pollution. So I don't think we're going to see a recovery of the Somerset levels just because of the, you know, the huge efforts that Wessex Water is going to be going to. We need those other actions alongside it, including changes to the management of the Somerset levels and moors, probably in terms of water management and ditch management, alongside reduction in agriculture. And if we do all of those things, then maybe we've got a fighting chance. But I think you need a multifaceted approach.
Councillor Kravitz, then I've got Richard Wilkins, and I'll come to Mick Dunk online. So Councillor Kravitz first, please.
I think I'm drowning in it all now. Excuse, that wasn't a pun. Yeah, I think the question I think Henry and Mike pointed out was those dramatic falls, the dramatic improvements since, well, I think Mike said 2014, but actually for me, the figure that I looked at was 2019, because obviously the change in the, I don't want to call it an edict, was of 2020. So that for me stood out. And I suppose the other question, a little question on top of that you just sort of brought up, was when we talk about the recovery of the Somerset levels, that actually when Mike was touching on the, you know, the 30,000 houses, what effect would that have, bearing in mind how much extra you're taking out since 2019? Actually, the question I suppose would, how much effect would actually that have on delaying any recovery of the Somerset levels if all the other things were taken into account? I hope that's making sense. But just on a more technical point, you talked about those figures of what you're taking out, and just for clarity, or the extra amount you're taking out, just for clarity, you said it was for the whole Wessex region. So actually, what would that equate to if it was just for a little bit of your region we're actually sort of concerned about?
Yes, so I quoted, there were two graphs. One was just Somerset levels and moors, and one was the whole region. So in the Somerset levels and moors, that's where we had the 292 figure, down to 147 last year, down to 74 at the end of this year, and then a further 48 coming out in the next 5 years. So those are all Somerset levels and moors specific numbers.
That's great. I'm going to bring in Mick Duncan. I've noted Councillor Perry after Mick, please.
That's very kind of you, Chair. I know you're short for time. I just wanted to clarify that the figure mentioned recently about Wessex, the amount of phosphorus put out in their outflows collectively into the river systems, does that include the overflows that we get from heavy rainfall events, which include unprocessed sewage?
So this is just from the continuous discharges. The intermittent discharges from storm overflows are modelled, and they're modelled, and because we can't actually measure the flow rate of those, we know the concentration but not the flow. We need both for the load. But the model of that shows that the contribution from intermittent discharges is around about 5%. So it's a very small percent of the total load entering any sort of watercourse or.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they have a detrimental effect locally in concentration, but you're saying it's only 5%, and hopefully you're going to be shutting down those events progressively as time goes on.
That's right. Yeah. So we've got the two biggest programs the next 5 years, about £1 billion on nutrient removal and about nearly £500 million on storm overflow reduction.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got, sorry, I missed out Richard. Richard Wilkins is next, then Councillor Perry, then Councillor Martin, then I'm drawing a line under questions for this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be conflatory, I'm afraid, in regards to house building and which I appreciate in a way is a separate issue, but it is linked. So you're talking about spending an awful lot of money to reduce the phosphates, and that will have no impact on the ability to build houses, from what I understand. And presumably the reverse is true as well. If you were to forget stripping phosphates, the house situation would stay the same. I guess my question is really what else at what point do we get house building back on track? What has to happen for that? How much phosphates have to be removed from the levels before we can start building houses again? And how much does that cost us? And in which places do we have to input the money in order to do that?
I can't answer that question because I'm the wrong person to ask, I'm afraid.
It's actually a crucial question to the purpose of this debate today.
It is.
But you know, I agree. You're not the right person to answer it. I think Richard, it's something that we'll come back to, and maybe when the Environment Agency talk to us, we'll find out a bit more. So I'm going to go to Councillor Perry at the back. Thanks. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. So these days I'm a lowly backbencher, but just, you know, I've been listening into this meeting most of my way back from Gloucester today, even though I've only arrived in the last 15 minutes or so. But up until May 23, when Somerset Western Taunton was dissolved, I was, for my sins, the portfolio holder for sports, parks, leisure, and thanks to Mike Rigby, phosphates in the last year, because he thought that I might have a good go at it and see if we could resolve it, and I failed spectacularly. But I should say that in my nearly a year, I think, where I thought, okay, I'll take on this challenge. Let's see if we can do something with phosphates, essentially working next to Mike. We tried to organise, I think, what we called a symposium. I think we tried a couple of times to get a situation where we got everybody in the room, where the sort of idea was that we should never have a situation in the course of that day where there was a question that couldn't be answered because the right person wasn't in the room, or where we couldn't stop for half an hour for somebody to go and ring the right person to get the answer. And it never came off. There was a meeting with sandwiches booked in a big room, and one bloke from Wessex Water turned up with a few people, you know, on Teams from home, and it frustrated the hell out of me, to be honest. And if I'm really honest, since the demise of Somerset West and Taunton and becoming a backbencher last year. I haven't been that actively involved in it, but it frustrates me a lot. It seems to me that we're still, although we're edging closer and closer, I feel, to knowing what the answer is, certainly when it comes to the neutrality problem, there is still the situation where there are so many stakeholders, all of whom sort of looking at each other to be the one that says, actually, let's do something to change. We all get a sense of what the problems are. We know that there's a huge problem on the levels. It's very hard to solve the problem on the levels, but that's the elephant in the room here. And then we've got what, for me, is really should be the side issue about nutrient neutrality in the context of planning. So much energy and time and resource is being sucked into trying to solve that, when the evidence that's emerging, based in particular on what Dr. Clegg said earlier, and which I've seen in writing before, and what we're hearing now from Wessex Water, which is hardly a surprise to most of us, that, you know what, the phosphate levels going through the water treatment works are dropping like a stone anyway. It just feels as though when it comes to neutrality, we're fiddling while Rome burns. And having made that sort of speech, I suppose, I got it off my chest. Come back to a couple of questions. Matt, when it comes to the huge volumes of phosphate that have been removed since in the last few years, the impression I get is that part of it is because you've been told by regulators, look, you've just got to do this because there's just too much going into the rivers. But a significant part of it is based upon the predicted housing growth for this area. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah. So it's not just that somebody said, we've just got to take this out, period. A lot of it has been taken out because of the new housing. Now, we all know that, don't we? We all know that. Equally, we know that the measures that have been taken so far to reduce the phosphate by the huge amounts that they've been reduced by isn't, in fact, it seems, having a notable benefit on the level of phosphates in the rivers. So it's all leading to the conclusion, is it not, that this obsession with phosphate mitigation in residential development, or any development, isn't really making a difference, and that our energy should be focused elsewhere. So at what point does somebody, whether it's from this council or whether it's from the Natural England, whether it's from less so Wessex Water, I suspect, in the end, or the Environment Agency, say, we've just got to change tack on this. We've just got to change tack and focus on making a difference in the levels rather than this navel gazing on this sort of area of policy that didn't seem to even exist 4 years ago. And it may be that the answer lies with Natural England. I can't help but get the impression, and I pose it as a question rather than a contention to Natural England, that having set about this course by sending the letter in 2020, I understand why they sent it. They'd interpreted the Dutch End case in a certain way, sent the letter out saying, hey guys, planning authorities, you need to be doing this or not be doing this. That they're a long way down the river, if you pardon the pun, on this now. 4 years down the line, is there an element of Natural England not just wanting to recognise the reality of the evidence and say we need to change of tack on this?
I don't think Matt can answer that.
But there was a question a little bit. But...
Sorry, Mark. Okay, now wait a minute. I'm going to bring in Matt Martin, and then Kate, I believe you wanted to say something on this.
I was just going to come back to the question that Richard Wilkins asked about when
Yeah.
can house building get going?
Do you mind coming back just after I've let Matt have a say? And Mark Taylor, I see we've opened a hornet's nest. Has got a right to reply, of course.
Do you want me to speak after Derek? I don't want to do that.
You can if you wish.
It was a more general question, actually, regarding your timetables. Apologies once again if I've missed this. I mean, I get a bit addled at this time of the day, but you have this 5-year cycle of removal of this one element. As this 5-year progresses, does it go through stages of what do you call it when you look at something again? Review. So you don't obviously get to the end of the 5 years and say, righto boys, how do we get on? I'm assuming that as you go through the 5 years, there are points where you review the numbers that you've got with regard to this thing that you kept mentioning, the headroom. I mean, if you got to the end of the 5 years and your headroom was so degraded that you then had to jump up by 400%, that'd be a bad thing. So there are waypoints, are there, where you review this?
Yeah, every 5 years, you're planning for a lot further in the future. So you'll say, okay, in the next 5 years, we'll need to do this investment. Because if we wait for 3 or years, we'll be in the middle of an investment cycle. And there won't, so the way in which we work is our business plan projects forward. So we look forward and then make changes that's going to happen in the next 5 years. So our investment plans cover those changes that are need to happen in those next 5 years. And then obviously then same thing happens again. And so if the amount of growth in a catchment is meaning that a treatment works is going to approach its dry weather flow permit limit, we'll say we need an increase in the dry weather flow permit, and therefore the concentration reduces such that the load doesn't go up.
That, I think, is the nub of it. It comes down to the fact that if you had a 5-year plan,
yeah,
and in that 5 years we built 50,000 houses, so the amount of this one chemical that you need to remove increased a great deal. Presumably, when you got to the end of that 5 years, you'd have to say, right, now we've got an extra 50,000 properties we need to review, and then increase the headroom again.
So we don't go up in 5 year period, 5 year steps. If you invest in a sewage works, you're going to invest for 20 years or 25 years because you don't want to keep coming back every 5 year period. So that's why our works outperform by so much, is because a lot of them have got 15, 20 years of headroom in them. And when we invested massively at Taunton, our biggest treatment works in the area back in 2015, we built in a 20, 25 year headroom into that capacity, which is why the dry weather flow arriving at Taunton is about half the permit, because we knew that there'd be lots of houses built in Taunton over the next 25 years, and therefore that headroom would gradually be eaten up. So there's plenty of capacity. That's how environmental permitting works. It works on a future that doesn't yet exist, but is forecast to exist. I covered this in October. My slides from October showed that the difference between accommodating growth and improving. So in other words, going further than growth by actually countering that where environmental legislation gets tighter. So they're the two different things. One keeps the load below a certain level, and the other reduces the load.
That's fascinating and useful. Thank you. I'm now with both Mike and Marcus in wondering why we're fussing about a few houses.
Let's come to that later, but thank you very much. Kate Murdoch, you want to come back on a point earlier.
Yeah, and I was just going to help Richard with his question of when house building can get going again. So just to be clear, so applications are progressing at the moment. So there are applications going through the process that have delivered nutrient mitigation to unlock their schemes. The 9.6 million that we've been awarded will help us deliver additional phosphate mitigation that will unlock the 18,000 houses. We need to get on with delivering that phosphate mitigation. And then the LURA Act with its 2030 improvements will significantly reduce the quantum of phosphate mitigation that developers need to deliver. It doesn't get rid of the need for nutrient neutrality. And even at 2030, as Matt will explain, they'll be removing even more tons of phosphates. But the legal position is still the case, as I understand it, that nutrient neutrality, developers will still need to deliver nutrient neutrality just at a significantly lower level.
Yes, Giles, this is in relation directly to that, is it?
It's in relation to the overall objectives, I suppose, for the catchment in terms of what the water quality objectives, where we're needing to get to.
You're about to present in a minute, aren't you?
I'm not actually. Lancaster University are going to present the findings of their work.
I'm so sorry. Okay, well, I'll come back to you if I may, and I'll bring in Mark Taylor because he's been sitting there waiting to respond rightly to something that was said earlier.
Yeah, I mean, just on nutrient neutrality, you know, I'm here talking to the committee in something much about something much wider about the restoration of the Somerset levels of moors, not nutrient neutrality. I'm not a specialist on that, so it seems that again you haven't got the right person in the room. But I mean, I think that, you know, the legal position that Kate mentioned is supported by DEFRA. That's my understanding, and it's endorsed by you know, relevant recent court cases. Now, I'm also told by managers in Somerset that at the moment discussions are going on between DEFRA and Natural England to look at flexibility in the situation and to see if local evidence, like around the Somerset levels and moors, can be taken into account. And I think my understanding is they want to develop a protocol to look at more flexible options. That's as much as I can say, actually, because it's not an area of work that I lead on, but hopefully that's of some use.
Okay, look, it's now 5:15, and Giles, could you just repeat into the microphone what you mentioned there, because we seem to have shot our bolt with is it Lancaster University?
Yeah, I think Lancaster were going to present some of the findings of their work looking at source apportionment and the impact of agricultural load. So I don't have that data or that presentation, but overall, I mean, the water quality targets have been set for the main rivers and the moors, and we follow the government principle is polluter pays principles. So you identify what your current water quality is, what the water quality you need to achieve is, and what proportion of each sector is responsible for actually the original load, and then also then nutrient reduction from each sector's targeted. So the work we do with the water company over the last 15 years or so and more has been targeted in actually gradually reducing their impact so that they have reduced their proportionate impacts to an acceptable level, or a level that on their own shouldn't cause harm if all other sectors achieved theirs. Historically, with phosphorus, water company, wastewater treatment works were one of the highest proportion of phosphate loads. But like Somerset and other parts of the country, as they're putting in place treatment, then actually those other proportions of the other sectors are getting higher and higher. So actually it's fair to say that the agricultural impact and proportion is now more in some than it was historically, and the focus probably needs to be moving to agriculture to actually for them to do more to improve their efficiencies and reduce their overall phosphate load to the actual catchment itself, as well as there are urban impacts as well, so from towns and cities and others, but agriculture is now becoming one of the biggest sources of phosphorus now still entering the system, and until you actually address all of those, you're not going to achieve that water quality, let alone all the historic phosphate in the system.
Giles, that was a very good summary. Shall I take that as agenda item 8? And is there anything else you wish to add to that? That's your slot, as it were.
So the Environment Agency we regulate the water companies, agriculture sector, but we work within guidance from DEFRA and government, etc. So just to highlight, so in terms of overseeing agriculture, over the last few years, DEFRA have given us more money to enable us to do more farm inspections, make sure farmers are following regulations. So we have done a significant number of farm inspections over the last, since 2019, we've done about 385 inspections. And unfortunately, there are large levels of non-compliance. So, and we are actively working with farmers to resolve those non-compliances. And lots of those areas of non-compliance might be in slurry storage or nutrient management. So those activities that can have quite a large impact on pollution loads going to the environment. So for example, if farmers don't have enough slurry storage, then actually they have to spread slurry when there's no crop need. So the crops aren't taking up that nutrient. And when you have high levels of rainfall, that actually then is washed off into streams and rivers. So So resolving those areas of non-compliance is going to be really important as we move forward. Working with the agricultural sector to achieve 100% compliance from the regulation, but then also understanding what further phosphate reduction might be needed to achieve their fair share polluter pays principles. And then it gets more complicated. But ultimately, we still need food. As we need wastewater treatment works, we all got toilets in our houses. They're actually dealing and managing our sewage. So we still need farmers to produce food. So it's really important we work with that sector to say, how can we get to these reductions in phosphate that we need to try and achieve those water quality targets? So that's a community thing between all organisations.
Right, we've gone very informal here. You're over there. Matt's in the hot seat still. Phil's sign is still up on the desk, but I'm sure we can make our way around that. I ask for questions, and Richard, Councillor Wilkins is
yeah. I'm just interested by, obviously we haven't seen the report that's out. Was it Lancaster?
Yeah.
I was just interested to know whether it was Somerset specific to do with the farming, as you know, for instance, the Wye Valley has a particular different problem regarding chicken farms, and we have a particular soil makeup in Somerset that has a different feel to everything. So that's my question.
So it was specific. So they looked at agriculture in the Tone, Parrot, Bruinax, and then the wider protected areas and looked at the overall phosphate flow analysis, looking at what the different sources of phosphate coming into the area are from all different sources, and breaking that agriculture down to dairy, livestock, mixed livestock, looking at trying to understand the flows. And once you understand the flows, if you identify there's a problem, you can actually start to think how can you actually recycle that nutrient and reduce the inputs effectively. Because if you've got too much phosphate coming in, you're not going to resolve the problem. So you actually need to start to analyze that to say, okay, how can we reduce those nutrients in, or better manage it when it is, so it's not discharged to our rivers and watercourses, and perhaps used more effectively. And I think a summary has been circulated. Tim might be able to update us on this.
Thank you. I think we've got Henry. Oh, I'm sorry, Tim. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, can I suggest that Dr. Rothwell and Professor Withers of Lancaster University are invited to speak at another occasion, because they're the real technical experts on this agenda item, which is the contribution of agriculture. Giles has summarised Environment Agency's position very well, and some of the Lancaster University study findings. But I'm happy to just very briefly summarise the work Lancaster are doing, and then leave the key messages to Lancaster University, if you would like me to.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that we might ask for them to, send a written report or their slides or whatever. But I'm not able to set agenda off the top of my head, but it's one that I'll take back. And I think probably the best thing would be probably to invite them to a future meeting of this committee as a one item agenda. Sorry? Yes, I've got bringing Tessa Munt at this point, please.
Thank you very much. I just wondered whether I'd actually found the person I do need to speak to about slurry and stuff and DEFRA regulations. I'll take the meeting, I'll take this out of the room, but it sounded to me like I'd found the right person to speak to. Maybe.
Sorry, who's that, Tessa?
The gentleman who was speaking just before, not immediately before the one who was talking.
Oh, Giles from the Environment Agency.
Giles from the
Yes,
Environment-
yes. Okay. You may ask him a question.
Hello, Giles. Please, can you put your details in the chat, and please, can I wang on about my favourite subject out of this meeting?
Yeah, I don't think I am the best person, but we between Natural England and ourselves, we can certainly provide some information as who the best contact would be.
That's great. If you stick your details in the chat, I will certainly come to you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tessa. And Alan Bradford.
I'm going to suggest this is a big subject. It's regarding food, sustainability. A lot of the farmers in Somerset, etc., The Environment Agency, I've been around, and I wouldn't mind me saying you've had a heavy-handed approach to a lot of my mates. They don't like it too well, right? That's the world we live in, and this is a big subject. This one is because there's a lot of farmers that have been inspected, and a lot have failed their inspections. They got to spend a lot of money when you go into thousands of millions of pounds in this society we live in, and you're all at the mercy of food production. Everybody, and it will affect things like that. And I'm sure you don't mind me saying that. Like I feel a bit strong about it. But people have been moaning at me, been moaning at the MPs about it, right?
Absolutely. I mean, food is essential, and it's a priority for the country. And so
if we have a couple-hour meeting and we can get stuck into it and get a few people here who's actually affected, and all the way around, it'd be a good thing, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to harp on.
Sorry, I'm missing people now, probably because I'm looking in that direction. But Henry's been waiting for a long time, and then Dave Mansell.
I am on the committee with Tim. Tim is from Wessex Water. He is the ecologist. The work is being done by Lancaster. Sorry, I've probably got your title wrong, and I'm willing, you can slap my wrist in a minute, Tim. The Lancaster professor wrote a large paper called Phosphorus in Agriculture and Water Resources. And that paper, Philip's nodding his head, that paper explains how little there is, apart from runoff on the surface, that comes out of agriculture in Somerset because we have clay soil. And one of my major problems as we speak now is there is absolutely no scientific testing going on that I can find out about, and I'm willing to admit I'm wrong, on the levels to get the proportionality of what we're actually putting on there to achieve the existing levels of pollution. And until we have a proportionality done on the levels that tells us what we've got to remove in a solid form, I don't understand where we're coming from. And this is one of the reasons I called for this meeting to take place in June last year, because it's still not changed. It really still hasn't changed, Giles, unless you want to correct me. You don't know the proportionality any more than anybody else.
So, well, the water quality models that we use for managing and identifying permit limits for the water company, the SAGA-SynCat model, does actually break down the proportion of model and break down the proportion of phosphate coming from wastewater treatment works or water recycling centres, agriculture, dairy, urban, unsewered. So there is modelling out there, but I think one of the key things is utilising Lancaster universities and potentially further work to actually further break down the agricultural element, so that and actually comparing those different model results, so that we've got confidence. And once we know those sources, then we can actually start. We can either set targets, but also then work out jointly how we get there, because that's the key thing.
My portion on the my problem with the modelling is Phillips Brewham's IDB don't actually know exactly what the flow is coming from the rivers to the levels. So I repeat what I said.
Yeah.
We haven't got a clue about the Somerset setup. And if you quite Saggis at me, I'll jump up and down like a demented bear.
Ultimately, I was just looking at some data, a colleague there, but
Quiet, please.
So whilst the concentration in winter of or at average times might remain similar, clearly at those high flow events, you're getting significantly higher flows, which are carrying significant amount of sediment, which might hold those phosphate particles to them. And a large proportion of that might overflow into the moors and levels and then settle out there. So absolutely understanding the flow and from that deriving the actual loads, we probably need more work to do. I think there's been some indication it's difficult because the flows and the drains are very slow velocities. So actually calculating total flows is difficult, but I think that's an area of research and further monitoring that probably we want to increase that confidence. There is probably enough data there to actually have reasonable confidence in the overall loads, but it needs to be improved.
So I'm going to ask one other question. Is the only accurate data you have on the Wessex water contribution to the phosphates?
That I think it's reasonable to say that we might have more confidence in the absolute load from wastewater treatment works because we've got flow and regular concentrations, but we've also got time variant flow and sampling results from rivers. So we actually know what the total load is, and we probably know what the point source loads are. And the other bit is diffuse, and that's from agriculture and urban and sewage. So the distribution of the breakdown of that, there's slightly less confidence, but there's lots of research out there. And so to answer your question, we have more confidence in the wastewater treatment work loads than others, but actually we've got a good understanding of the overall diffuse. But that will come from a number of different sources.
Thank you. And apologies, but last but not least, Councillor Mansell. Put your mic on, Dave, please.
Yes, I thought I had better just start by checking I'm sort of contributing at the right point. But I have felt that, I mean, we have had a lot of presentations, we're still getting them and asking questions. To some extent, though, we're making some general points as well. And I really wish to make some general points, if that's okay, unless you'd rather get them to later. But you're nodding, so I'll go ahead.
I'm moving towards summarising this. If this helps, then I'd be happy to take them.
Good. Right.
Okay.
I thought that was the case, but was just checking I wasn't speaking out of turn. Okay. So this should be quick. And I'm trying to, think what I'm working out from all of this. And the first thing is, what is the big problem here? And I believe the big problem here is the adverse effects of nutrients on the Somerset levels and moors. So that's the biggest thing we're trying to tackle. We've sort of got a secondary problem which has brought many of us here, and that is the nutrient neutrality for new housing. And I think the more we're hearing, we're increasingly going, why is this the focus of this big debate, the problem? And I have a feeling that's going to be one of the things we're merging. So we've heard it from Derek, we've heard it from Henry and from others that, this little small sliver of the problem has attracted all the attention, and you're sort of going, why? So I'm also sitting here trying to think, well, where is the nutrients coming from? And I think what I've picked up, I don't know whether I've got it right, but we had this diagram from Mark earlier on, and I've looked at it several times back again, trying to think what it's telling us. I have to say, particularly as with the subsequent presentations, trying to work out what it was telling us about the contribution from the water treatment works. And I've looked at it, and I'm not sure. I don't know. But what I think we've still got in the running as the main source of or some of the main sources of nutrients, which are the cause of our problem, possibly the water treatment works, but it's not so much from the new housing, it's from existing housing that is the problem, and not surprising because they're the vast majority of the housing. So so they may still be part of the problem, although clearly that's being greatly reduced and coming down from what we're hearing, but it may still be part of it. I'm a bit unclear. We've got agriculture, which is the debate we're having now, and we're hearing that both ways. We're hearing some people saying, yes, it is, and we're saying some, no, it's not. So I'm not quite sure about that. I am getting the impression that one thing we're getting is history is part of the problem. And that the fact that we put a lot of phosphates in over decades and years, and they're now sitting there in the sediments and in the soil, and we're washing them up and they're causing problems still. So that seems to be part of the problem, and that seems to point to particularly then the management of the Somerset levels and moors themselves, because they've got something there which is now got there from all the history, and now how that's managed. So I don't know, I'm sort of picking up those as the main things, and then this big question, and it's more comes from this, but you know, yeah, what do we do about all of that? But anyway, I wanted to get that off my chest, and yeah, I've done so.
Thank you, Dave. I think you've summarised some of the things I was going to say, and very importantly, Dixie Darch wants to come in. Councillor Darch, please.
Oh,
someone else's mic's on. That's okay. We're fine. Thank you, Chair. And of course, I'm not a member of the Scrutiny committee, so I'll just do that. And I'm going to do kind of like what I've taken out of this afternoon, which I think has been absolutely fascinating, but my brain is hurting. And I would say, blimey, it's complicated, and it feels like, to quote Basil Fawlty, there's enough material here for an entire conference, not just an afternoon. I think one of the really positive things about this afternoon is the number of kind of perspectives and players we've got around the table, and I think that is also our problem, if you like, because there are so many water managers and stakeholders in the levels against a backdrop of really pressing issues. So, you know, we have got things like we've got a housing crisis. So the compulsion to get building is a really strong one. We have got the whole issue of peat drying out, releasing massive carbon emissions and kind of tackling that one. We have got farmers whose livelihoods are absolutely in crisis at the moment. We've got a massive ecological emergency, which is kind of really scary. So we've got, and I think what happens with all of those pressing issues is that the particular stakeholders have kind of they've got their agendas, understandably. And we've seen quite a lot of data today, and when I see stats, I always think, what's the validity of this data? Can we extrapolate it? Is it specific? Can it be generalized? If it's academic research, who's funded it? That's a question that I'm always interested in. If it comes from like a company, you know, has that data been kind of scrutinized? And one of the things that has emerged today is there's not enough data. Everyone agrees on that. There's not enough research. So I suppose on my wish list from this, the other thing I would say is there's clearly a policy debate, and I think it's kind of been quite good to have that out in the open. It's been pinging back and forth. You know, in a number of ways. I think we need to have an open debate about that. I don't know where we will kind of get to. There are lots of issues for organisations around managing risk, and that's certainly a big issue for our council. You know, we're going to have to kind of continue on that one and be grown up with our discussions about it. But my wish, I guess, is for all of those players to, I think there has been a lack of an opportunity or of a space to really work together on what feels like an impossible task. And I don't think we're going to cure this one in terms of like restoring the levels, but we can probably make it better. And what we need is open-mindedness, sharing of that data, being honest where that data kind of might be a bit presented in a way which serves one party rather than another, and avoiding, I don't even know if villainizing is a word, it probably isn't, but I think in this debate, there has historically been quite a lot of framing certain bodies as the bad guys. If it only weren't from them, we'd be all right. And I think we actually need to move out of that, look at where they're coming from, and be really grown up about it. I hope that the Catchment Partnership Organisation, or whatever it was called, might start to bring some of those people together. And I think it's like we've had, that's been like a big gap. And just I think bringing these experts, and I don't have A-level chemistry, and I didn't understand all of what all of you said, but I understood some of it. And I think bringing that before a set of lay people like us and the scrutiny committee has been a really positive start. So a massive thank you to all of you, all of our speakers, and I feel really bad that our academics didn't get a chance. I really want to kind of read their work. And also a big thanks to the officers who have made this happen, because it's quite difficult to get really important people like all these experts into this room. And I'm sorry we didn't have cake and more tea. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you've summarised that well. Now, so I'm going to wind this up now. I'm going to make a proposal. The first proposal is that we contact the academics at Lancaster University and ask them to make a presentation during as an item agenda in hopefully the next or in a future meeting of this scrutiny panel. And then I'm going to ask Mike to repeat what he said earlier, and just to see if that's a way we can go forward. And I want to come to Henry.
Thank you very much, Chair. And can I add to what Councillor Darch said in terms of thanking everyone here? I think we've almost hit Councillor Perry's nirvana of getting all of the people in a room together. And it's been really very helpful and illuminating to hear everything that everyone has said today. 6.5 billion pounds. Just want you to think about that number for a minute. 6.5 billion pounds, okay? On the basis that the average home in Somerset costs £363,000, and there are 18,000 of them prevented from being built by our current policy, that's what we're standing in the way of. Somerset Council is standing in the way of 6.5 billion pounds worth of construction in this county. We're all getting mighty excited about gravity coming. That's really good, isn't it? That's 4 billion, dwarfed by what we're getting in the way of. Gravity, like Hinkley Point C with its 12,000 employees, will provide a vast amount of excess demand for housing while we're stopping it being built. In Wellington, we have a planning application at the moment for a few hundred houses. It's going to cost the developer £1 million to offset 25 kilos of phosphate. That's £1 million that can't now be spent on education. It can't be spent on affordable housing. We're making the housing problem in this county worse. And for what? If we think about what we've heard today, we could spend any amount of money on stripping phosphates out of the rivers, and it'll make very little difference to the condition of the Somerset levels and moors, because frankly, there's very little hydraulic continuity between the rivers and the Somerset levels and moors. So what are we doing? Why are we doing that? It makes no sense to me. So I've got, if I may, 4 points that I'd like, and I would like it to be a formal proposal if we can agree, rather than just a chair's report. Not that I mean to diminish the value of your chair's report, but I'd like us to have a formal proposal to the executive in 4 parts, and they are that we immediately remove the 20% buffer included in the calculator. It serves no purpose whatsoever. I think it should go immediately. That we then have a speedy review of the huge inconsistency between what Dr. Clegg, and echoed by Wessex Water, say with the calculator, with what the calculator says regarding how much of the riverborne P actually enters the Somerset levels and moors. Bear in mind that that calculator is what informs developers as to how much phosphate we are requiring them to offset, and there seems to be a very, very large disparity between those two facts. I'd then thirdly like us to conduct an urgent review of the entire nutrient neutrality policy in the light of the legal advice that we've received, which makes it clear that where headroom exists, It can be used in mitigation of new housing development. And we've heard that today there's truly vast headroom available, and we need to review the policy in the light of that information. And then finally, and perhaps most importantly, I'd like us as a council to lead on a new policy and strategy to bring the Somerset levels and moors into a favourable condition, because all of the stuff that's being done at the moment isn't doing that. So we need to focus on the purpose of the original letter from Natural England. That their purpose is entirely correct in my view. The levels and moors are in an unfavourable condition. We need to fix that. Where I perhaps diverge from them is in the method that they've chosen in standing in the way of new development. I don't believe the two things are connected, and I'd like to propose those 4 points, please, Chair.
No, I'm happy with that, Mike. Okay, we have a proposal in a second. I'm happy with that. Because these are issues that go back from this committee, and it's not a policy making. That was my point. Okay, we have a proposer. I really don't want to go through all those details again. Dave, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, I'm still thinking about it, but I'm minded to go with what Mike's just said. Earlier on, it was said, Mike Stanton, I think it was, about a land use strategy, and that's coming from other places as well. Could we make that part of our recommendation as well, that the council looks to work on a land use strategy, probably as part of the local plan, because that also feels like an important brick that needs to be put in place.
You're about to second that? I'm going to take. No, okay, Henry, you come in and then I'll take a vote.
Okay, I just want to make two things absolutely clear. Under the habitat regulations, which I've got here, the first priority is to clear up the mess that we have on the levels. And that's what we should all be aiming for. And the second thing is that this council is the defining regulating council. And we can ignore Natural England, and I'm sorry, Giles, you're the only one that's here, the EA as well, if we can actually scientifically prove that what we are doing is not creating a worse situation than is already there.
Thank you. Now, Mickey Green's online, so I'm going to let Mickey come in. Is it Mickey?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sorry, I haven't been here for the whole of the meeting, so I'm not going to comment on the substance of some of the bits, but I just would point out that we need to be clear on what the statutory responsibilities of this council are, what the focus of this discussion was. I think, I hope at the outset of this meeting it was made clear this wasn't about nutrient neutrality, this was about the underlying science. So a set of recommendations that are then about nutrient neutrality and land use strategy seem to be going beyond the remit of that. I do get that this is and I think, this has, and I haven't listened to all of it, I will listen back to it, has been a good example of the role of the convening power of the authority. I strongly disagree with some of the points made about Somerset Council standing in the way of development. We are clearly following the law on this, and obviously the committee is fine to make any recommendations it likes to exec, but clearly what our responsibilities are, and therefore what we have power to do things on, will form part of the response, as will the level of resources, and therefore focusing on things we can do rather than spending time on things that are not within our powers to do. Points I'd like to make to the committee before they consider their recommendations. Kate, I know, is in the room. She may want to add something. We may just follow up afterwards.
Yeah, I just really would like to kind of emphasise that the limitations within the council, that we're not the only council that's following this legal advice. There are 70 other councils following the same legal advice, and the same level of investment is going into the wastewater treatment works and the headroom that Councillor Rigby has highlighted. So the exact same situation happens across the country, and they're following the legal advice. It can't be any clearer, in my view, that and if it was any different, then there wouldn't be the need to deliver nutrient neutrality, and the government would have resolved that. That's why the government was looking to change the law. So I think we have to be clear that the council has very limited powers in in addressing the water quality issue on the Somerset levels and moors. There's no statutory function that the council has in terms of water quality. Absolutely agree with Dixie's point. Where we do have a key role is bringing partners together to work together on resolving that. But we're currently waiting for further government guidance on what's needed as part of a protected site strategy, and how you move forward in the restoration of these special protection areas.
Okay, nonetheless, we have a proposal. Dave, would you like?
If I may, and I've just been listening to the officer contributions we've just had. I do still feel minded to go with the points that we've got. What I did just wonder, the fourth one, which was about a new policy and strategy and bringing Somerset levels into favourable conditions, whether we might add to that in terms of saying, and the role of the council, Natural England and Environment Agency in doing so. If that might help address some of the concerns that we just had raised by the officers and perhaps be a way forward.
Councillor Height.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Could it not be that when we have debated all this here, and we have now made a joint decision where we want to go? I know that the officers are here to protect the council against big disasters, but maybe, just maybe, if the government heard about it, what has happened today, maybe, just maybe, they will say, yeah, that's the right way forward. And therefore, there will be no comeback on any officers or councillors.
I certainly think that what we're effectively proposing is, I'm wondering if, Henry, you put on some paper there about forming a working group from this. Because there's a huge number of things to bring together here.
And we've got, just name them, legal, we've got the Environment Agency, we've got Natural England, we've got the farming industry, we've got the IDB who's left because most of the pollution that gets on the levels comes through then. And we need to bring all this information together so that we can actually bring out a policy which will allow us to start building houses again, while the 15-year period, Dixie, which is what I'm in my head, we've got a problem with, to start getting the levels cleaned up. And the reason I say 15 years is that is after 2038, when we will know how much pollution Wessex Water have got out the rivers. The rivers should be down to a level that will allow us to pump clean water into the levels using the IDB so that we can flush the levels out. Because until we can do that, we will never ever solve the problem, because the historic levels of phosphate on the levels, excuse my alliteration, are appalling.
Right, I'm getting mixed messages here. One is about the dealing with the levels. The other is about essentially a planning issue. And you were going to suggest, I believe, a working group comprising. Could you reiterate that?
Absolutely. I would like to form a working group from this scrutiny committee to report back in a short level of time about the options that are available to us when we've got the correct facts in front of us. And that, I think, meets what you're looking for, Mike.
Yeah, because it's where we go with it is the important thing. So
I was just going to say, Chair, I'm more than happy to amend my point number 4. It was really just an attempt to try and refocus our attention on the levels of moors, because everything else we're doing isn't going to make a bean of difference to it. The current neutrality policy isn't going to improve the levels of moors. That's what we should be focused on, and that's what I think Henry's working group would do. So perhaps I could change number 4 to be, we propose the setting up a task and finish group, maybe, to achieve the ends that Councillor Hobhouse has suggested.
I'm going to take that as a proposal. You'll set that, and I will further suggest, unless anybody's got great objection, we go away on that point and those points are summarised, emailed to us all, then we form the working group from that. I don't really want volunteers right now in this room, not everybody's here. And I don't want to protract this meeting any further. I think we've got to that level. Let's now form a group.
Sorry, can I clarify?
Yeah.
Are you taking points 1, 2, recommendations 1, 2 and 3 as well? Because
Yeah, my proposal is all 4 points.
that needs
Yes, those
clarification.
points are going to be taken, but they're going to be taken to a working committee to
No,
formulate
no,
this.
that's not my proposal. My
Okay.
proposal is that we recommend to the executive points 1, 2 and 3. And then point 4, I'm happy to accept the amendment that we set up a task and finish group to address a strategy for how to fix the levels and moors. But the first 3 points are recommendations to executive, not to a working group.
Again, right, thank you very much. And so Mickey is waiting to come in.
Yeah.
Mickey?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the first 3 points will be responded to by the exec if you choose to vote for them, but I think Kate put it quite eloquently. You know, fundamentally we're playing with a national rule book, and national government has been trying to address this, so we need to recognise what our limits are. On the 4th point about setting up a task and finish group, I'm not prepared at this point to commit to whether we can support that with officer time and capacity. I'll reflect on that, but
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Well, if the proposal goes through, then that's a proposal. If you can't support it, then we'll ask that question afterwards. Okay. On the first, right, Dave.
I'm sorry. Do we have a 5th? I think there is agreement to land use strategy, probably as part of the local plan. Can that also be part of our recommendations? So it's actually 5.
So is that part of the same recommendations that you want to put to executive?
Yes, I believe.
No, I'm just trying to get clarity because we've moved around quite a lot here, Councillor.
Yeah, no, good question. Yeah.
So recommendations in theory 1, 2, 3 and 5, if they've been detailed, will be recommendations to the executive, and then recommendation 4 is the separate one about a task and finish group. Just clarity.
We take them together? Yes. Take those proposals together. Okay. Okay, I'm taking the proposals together. We've had a proposer and seconder. Those in favour? That's carried. Yeah. None against. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to all our guests and speakers. It's been an incredibly long afternoon, but I think we've moved on. Thank you very much and see you again. Bye-bye.